Don't miss the awesome Naruto stories my sister creates. Her last channel was hacked, so to stay in the loop, please subscribe to her new channel. It would mean a lot to her, and you won't regret it. Dear Naruto Lemon fans, I'm inviting all of you to my Boosty channel. You know that YouTube doesn't exactly approve of this kind of content, so please subscribe to my paid subscription and enjoy Naruto Lemon scenes comfortably. There are different subscription tiers from Mini Lemon to God Lemon. Those who buy the Over Naruto Lemon and God Naruto Lemon, I'll mentions in the videos. Dare. Echoes of Eternity. Chapter 1, The Rift. Naruto Uzumaki stood amidst the chaos of battle, the war-torn landscape a testament to the ferocity of the conflict. Explosions rocked the earth, and the clash of steel and jutsu filled the air. His blue eyes were fierce with determination, but there was a hint of weariness in them. The Fourth Great Ninja War had taken its toll on everyone, and Naruto was no exception. Naruto, watch out. Sakura's voice cut through the noise, and Naruto barely managed to dodge a deadly kunai aimed at his heart. Thanks, Sakura, he called back, throwing a Rasengan at his attacker. The enemy ninja was sent flying, but Naruto's relief was short-lived. A new threat emerged, more formidable than any he'd faced before. A mysterious rift had appeared in the sky, crackling with energy and emitting an eerie, otherworldly light. Naruto's instincts screamed at him to stay away, but the rift seemed to have a gravitational pull, drawing him closer. What is that thing? He muttered, squinting at the rift. It looked like a tear in reality itself, and Naruto could feel an immense power emanating from it. Naruto, be careful. Kakashi's voice echoed in his mind, but Naruto couldn't tear his eyes away from the rift. He felt a strange compulsion to approach it, as if something, or someone, was calling to him. Before he knew it, Naruto was standing directly beneath the rift. The energy it emitted was almost overwhelming, but he couldn't resist its pull. He reached out a hand, and as soon as his fingers touched the edge of the rift, he was enveloped in a blinding light. The world around him dissolved, and Naruto felt himself being pulled into the rift, tumbling through an endless void. He couldn't see anything, but he could feel the presence of something ancient and powerful all around him. It was both terrifying and awe-inspiring. Then, just as suddenly as it had begun, the journey through the rift ended. Naruto was thrown out into a new world, landing hard on the ground. He lay there for a moment, dazed and disoriented, before pushing himself up to his feet. He looked around, trying to make sense of his surroundings. He was in a dense forest, the likes of which he had never seen before. The trees were taller and more twisted, their leaves a strange, shimmering green. The air was filled with unfamiliar sounds, and the sky above was a deep, unnatural shade of purple. What just happened? Naruto muttered, rubbing his head. He felt a strange sense of disconnection, as if he was no longer in his own world. Where am I? He took a deep breath and tried to focus. The first step was to figure out where he was and how to get back home. He couldn't afford to panic. He was Naruto Uzumaki, and he had faced worse situations before. As he started to explore the forest, he couldn't shake the feeling that he was being watched. The trees seemed to whisper and rustle, and shadows flitted at the edge of his vision. He was on high alert, ready for anything. After a while, Naruto came across a clearing. In the center of the clearing stood a strange, ancient-looking stone monument, covered in runes that glowed faintly. Naruto approached it cautiously, his curiosity piqued. What's this? He wondered aloud, reaching out to touch the monument. The moment his fingers brushed the stone, the runes flared brightly, and a surge of energy coursed through him. Naruto yanked his hand back, but the monument continued to glow, as if reacting to his presence. Interesting, a voice said from behind him. Naruto spun around, kunai in hand, to find himself face to face with a woman. She was tall and elegant, with long silver hair and piercing blue eyes. She wore robes that marked her as a mage, and her presence radiated power. "Who are you?" Naruto demanded, ready to defend himself if necessary. The woman studied him for a moment before answering. "My name is Frieren. And you are, not from this world, are you?" Naruto's eyes narrowed. "How did you know that?" Frieren smiled faintly. "The rift. It brought you here, didn't it?" Naruto nodded slowly. "Yeah. I was in the middle of a battle, and then I ended up here." Frieren's expression turned thoughtful. The rift is a rare phenomenon. It connects different dimensions, but it is unstable and dangerous. You were lucky to survive the journey. "Lucky, huh?" Naruto muttered, glancing back at the glowing monument. "Do you know how I can get back to my world?" Frieren nodded. "Perhaps. But it won't be easy. The rift is unpredictable, and finding a way to open it again will require powerful magic and careful preparation." Naruto sighed. "Figures. Nothing's ever easy." Frieren's eyes softened slightly. "You must be exhausted. Come with me. We'll find a place where you can rest, and then we'll figure out what to do next." Naruto hesitated for a moment, then nodded. He didn't have much choice, and Frieren seemed to know more about this world than he did. "All right. Lead the way." As they walked through the forest, Frieren explained more about the world Naruto had found himself in. It was a land of magic and mystery, filled with creatures and dangers he had never encountered before. But it was also a land of opportunity, where his skills and abilities could make a difference. Naruto listened intently, absorbing the information. He had no idea how long it would take to find a way back to his own world, but he was determined to make the most of his time here. After all, he was Naruto Uzumaki, and he never gave up. The journey to Frieren's home took several hours, and by the time they arrived, the sun was beginning to set. Frieren's home was a modest but cozy cabin, nestled in a secluded part of the forest. It was surrounded by a garden filled with strange, glowing flowers, and the air was filled with the scent of herbs and spices. "Welcome to my home," Frieren said, opening the door and gesturing for Naruto to enter. "It's not much, but it's safe and comfortable." Naruto stepped inside and looked around. The interior was warm and inviting, with a fireplace, a bookshelf filled with ancient tomes, and a table covered in scrolls and magical artifacts. It reminded him a bit of the Hokage's office, but with a more personal touch. "Thanks," Naruto said, smiling at Frieren. "I appreciate your help." Frieren nodded. "It's not often that I encounter someone from another world. Your presence here is intriguing." Naruto chuckled. "Yeah, I guess I'm pretty interesting." Frieren's lips twitched in what might have been a smile. "Rest for now. We can discuss our plans in the morning." Naruto nodded and found a comfortable spot to sit. As he settled in, he couldn't help but feel a sense of excitement. This world was full of mysteries, and he was eager to explore them. And with Frieren's help, he was confident that he would find a way back home. But for now, he would rest and gather his strength. Tomorrow was a new day, and he was ready for whatever challenges it might bring. The next morning, Naruto woke to the sound of birdsong and the smell of fresh bread. He stretched and yawned, feeling surprisingly refreshed despite the previous day's events. He got up and followed the scent to the kitchen, where he found Frieren preparing breakfast. "Good morning," she said without looking up. "I hope you slept well." "Yeah, I did," Naruto replied, sitting down at the table. "Thanks for letting me stay here." Frieren nodded. "It's no trouble. We have much to discuss." As they ate breakfast, Frieren explained more about the rift and the challenges they would face in trying to open it again. It would require powerful magic, precise timing, and a lot of preparation. But she was confident that they could succeed. Naruto listened intently, his determination growing with each word. He was ready to face whatever challenges lay ahead. He had friends and comrades waiting for him back in his own world, and he was determined to return to them. After breakfast, Frieren took Naruto to her study, where she had gathered all the information she had on the rift and dimensional travel. They spent the day poring over ancient texts, deciphering runes, and discussing strategies. As they worked, Naruto couldn't help but feel a growing sense of camaraderie with Frieren. She was a powerful and knowledgeable mage, but she was also kind and patient. He could see that she had her own burdens to bear. And he admired her strength. By the end of the day, they had made significant progress. They had a plan, and Naruto felt more confident than ever that they would succeed. He looked forward to the challenges ahead and to getting to know Frieren better. The days turned into weeks as Naruto and Frieren worked together to prepare for the opening of the rift. They faced numerous challenges and dangers, but they tackled them head-on, growing stronger and closer with each passing day. Naruto marveled at Frieren's magical abilities and her vast knowledge. She, in turn, was impressed by Naruto's strength, determination, and unwavering spirit. They made a formidable team, and their bond deepened as they shared their stories and dreams. One evening, as they sat by the fire, Frieren opened up about her past. She spoke of her long life, the friends she had lost, and the loneliness that had plagued her for centuries. Naruto listened with empathy, sharing his own experiences and offering words of comfort. "You know," Naruto said, staring into the flames, "I've lost people too. But I've also made so many new friends and allies. It's the bonds we form that give us strength." Frieren nodded, her eyes reflecting the firelight. "You're right. And I think, meeting you has reminded me of that." Naruto smiled. "I'm glad. And no matter what happens, we'll face it together." Finally, the day came when they were ready to open the rift. Naruto and Frieren stood before the ancient monument, their hearts pounding with anticipation. The runes glowed brightly, and the air was charged with energy. "Are you ready?" Frieren asked, her voice steady but tinged with emotion. Naruto nodded, his eyes determined. "Yeah. Let's do this." Together, they channeled their combined power into the monument. The runes flared brilliantly, and the rift began to form. It crackled with energy, growing larger and more stable with each passing moment. But as the rift opened, a dark presence emerged from within. A figure shrouded in shadow, exuding an aura of malevolence. "Who are you?" Naruto demanded, stepping forward protectively. The figure laughed, a cold, chilling sound. "I am the Dark Mage. And you have made a grave mistake by opening this rift." Naruto and Frieren exchanged a determined glance. They had come too far to back down now. "Bring it on," Naruto said, his fists clenched. "We're not afraid of you." The Dark Mage's laughter echoed through the forest as the battle began. Naruto and Frieren fought with all their might, their teamwork and bond stronger than ever. They knew that the road ahead would be filled with challenges, but they were ready to face them together. And so, the journey continued, with Naruto and Frieren standing side by side, ready to face whatever the future held. Chapter 2, Strange New World. The night was still and dark, a stark contrast to the chaos that had enveloped Naruto only hours before. As dawn approached, a soft, ethereal light began to filter through the dense canopy of the forest. Naruto stirred, blinking sleepily as he tried to orient himself in this unfamiliar world. His dreams had been filled with images of the rift, swirling with energy, pulling him away from everything he knew. But as he woke, the memories of his home, his friends, and his ongoing battle against the forces threatening his world solidified his resolve. He needed to get back, and to do that, he had to learn everything he could about this strange new place. "Good morning," Frieren's voice broke through his thoughts. She stood at the door, her calm presence a stark contrast to the uncertainty Naruto felt. "Morning," Naruto replied, shaking off the remnants of sleep. "What's the plan for today?" Frieren handed him a piece of bread and some fruit. "First, we need to familiarize you with this world. There are many dangers here, and you'll need to understand them if we're to find a way to open the rift again." Naruto nodded, biting into the bread. "All right, let's do it." The forest was alive with sounds and sights that Naruto had never encountered before. Strange creatures darted through the underbrush, and the trees themselves seemed to hum with an ancient magical energy. As they walked, Frieren pointed out various plants and animals, explaining their properties and potential dangers. "That's a lumina flower," she said, indicating a glowing blue bloom. "Its petals can be used to enhance magical abilities, but be careful. The plant is also highly toxic if handled improperly." Naruto listened intently, absorbing the information. He had faced many dangers in his own world, but this place was filled with entirely new threats and mysteries. He had to stay on his toes. As they continued deeper into the forest, they came across a clearing with a small pond. The water shimmered with a strange iridescence, reflecting the colors of the sky and trees. Naruto knelt by the edge, touching the water with his fingertips. "It's beautiful," he murmured, feeling a strange sense of peace. Frieren nodded. "This pond is said to have healing properties. It's a place of rest and renewal for travelers." Naruto looked up at her, curiosity in his eyes. "How long have you been here, Frieren?" Frieren's gaze grew distant. "I have been in this world for many centuries. Time flows differently for mages like me. I've seen many things, and I've lost many friends along the way." Naruto felt a pang of sympathy. "It must be lonely." Frieren nodded. "It is. But meeting you has brought some light back into my life." Naruto smiled. "Well, I'm glad I could help. And don't worry, we'll figure this out together." As they continued their journey, Naruto and Frieren encountered more of the strange and wondrous aspects of this world. They battled fierce creatures, navigated treacherous terrain, and discovered hidden ruins filled with ancient knowledge. With each challenge, Naruto's respect for Frieren grew, and he felt a deepening bond between them. One evening, as they set up camp, Naruto found himself staring at the stars. They were different from the stars in his own world, but they held a familiar beauty. "Do you ever wonder about the worlds beyond this one?" he asked Frieren, who was tending the fire. Frieren looked up at the sky, her expression contemplative. "I do. There are countless worlds out there, each with its own wonders and dangers. It's both humbling and inspiring." Naruto nodded. "Yeah. It makes me wonder what else is out there, waiting to be discovered." Frieren smiled softly. "You have a curious spirit, Naruto. It's a good quality to have." Naruto grinned. "Thanks. I guess I just can't help it. There's so much to learn and explore." The following day, they reached the edge of the forest and emerged into a vast, open plain. The grass was a vibrant green, dotted with colorful wildflowers, and the air was filled with the sounds of distant wildlife. "This is the Everplain," Frieren explained. "It's a place of beauty, but also of danger. Many creatures roam here, some friendly, others not." Naruto nodded, taking in the expansive view. "It's amazing." As they walked across the plain, they encountered a group of travelers, a mix of humans, elves, and other beings. The travelers were friendly, and they welcomed Naruto and Frieren to their camp. Over a shared meal, they exchanged stories and learned more about the world. One of the travelers, an old elf named Eldrick, spoke of a legendary mage who had once opened rifts between worlds. He was a powerful and wise mage, but his methods were lost to time. Some say his knowledge is hidden in the ruins of Eldoria, deep in the mountains to the north. Naruto's eyes lit up with excitement. Do you think we could find those ruins? Frieren considered this. It's possible. If the knowledge still exists, it could be our best chance of opening the rift. Eldrick nodded. It's a perilous journey, but if anyone can succeed, it's you too. The next morning, Naruto and Frieren bid farewell to the travelers and set off towards the mountains. The journey was long and arduous, filled with new challenges and dangers. But with each step, they grew closer to their goal and to each other. As they neared the mountains, the terrain became more rugged and treacherous. They encountered fierce storms, steep cliffs, and dangerous creatures. But through it all, they relied on each other's strengths and grew stronger as a team. One night, as they camped at the base of a towering peak, Frieren shared more about her past. She spoke of her early days as a mage, her mentors, and the friends she had lost. Naruto listened with empathy, sharing his own experiences and offering words of comfort. You've been through so much, he said softly. But you're still here, still fighting. That's amazing. Frieren smiled faintly. And so are you, Naruto. You've faced countless challenges, yet you never give up. It's a quality I admire. Naruto grinned. Thanks. I guess we're both pretty stubborn. They laughed together, the sound echoing through the mountains. In that moment, they felt a deep connection, a bond forged through shared experiences and mutual respect. The following day, they reached the entrance to the ruins of Eldoria. The ancient stone walls were covered in moss and vines, and the air was thick with an aura of magic. As they entered, they felt a sense of awe and reverence for the place. The ruins were a labyrinth of corridors and chambers, filled with traps and puzzles. Naruto and Frieren worked together, using their skills and knowledge to navigate the treacherous passages. They encountered powerful guardians and ancient spirits, but their teamwork and determination saw them through. Finally, they reached the heart of the ruins, a grand chamber filled with ancient tomes and artifacts. In the center of the chamber stood a pedestal, upon which rested a book bound in dark leather. This must be it, Frieren said, her eyes wide with excitement. The knowledge we've been seeking. Naruto approached the pedestal and carefully opened the book. The pages were filled with intricate runes and diagrams, detailing the methods for opening rifts between worlds. We did it, he said, grinning at Frieren. This is our key to getting back. Frieren nodded, her eyes shining with hope. Yes. But we must be careful. The magic involved is powerful and dangerous. We need to prepare thoroughly before attempting to open the rift. Naruto agreed. Right. We'll study this book and make sure we know everything we need to. As they began to study the ancient text, they felt a renewed sense of purpose. They were one step closer to their goal, and they were ready to face whatever challenges lay ahead. Days turned into weeks as Naruto and Frieren immersed themselves in the study of the ancient text. They practiced the spells and rituals, honing their skills and preparing for the monumental task ahead. Their bond grew even stronger as they worked side by side, sharing their hopes and fears. One evening, as they sat by the fire in the grand chamber, Naruto looked at Frieren and smiled. You know, I couldn't have done this without you. Frieren met his gaze, her expression softening. And I couldn't have done it without you, Naruto. You've given me hope and a sense of purpose I thought I had lost. Naruto reached out and took her hand. We're a team. And together, we can do anything. Frieren squeezed his hand, a rare smile gracing her lips. Yes. Together. As they continued their preparations, they felt a sense of anticipation and excitement. The journey had been long and filled with challenges, but they were ready to face the final hurdle. They had each other, and they had the knowledge and strength to succeed. And so, as the dawn of a new day approached, Naruto and Frieren stood ready to face the future. They were determined to open the rift and find their way back to Naruto's world. But no matter what happened, they knew that their bond would endure, and their adventures would continue. Together, they would face whatever lay ahead, with courage, determination, and an unbreakable bond forged through the trials they had overcome. Chapter 3: Meeting the Mage. The sun was high in the sky as Naruto and Frieren journeyed deeper into the Everplane. The expanse of grasslands seemed endless, stretching out to the horizon in every direction. Despite the beauty of the landscape, a sense of urgency lingered between them. The knowledge they had gained from the ruins of Eldoria was invaluable. But the journey ahead promised even more challenges. As they walked, the air grew tense with an almost imperceptible shift. The peaceful ambience of the Everplane gave way to an eerie stillness, and Naruto felt the hairs on the back of his neck stand on end. "Do you feel that?" he asked, glancing at Frieren. Frieren nodded, her eyes scanning their surroundings. "Something is not right. Stay alert." Suddenly, the ground trembled beneath their feet. From the depths of the earth, monstrous creatures began to emerge. Their twisted forms and razor-sharp fangs gleamed menacingly in the sunlight. Naruto's instincts kicked in, and he prepared for battle. "Get ready, Frieren," he called out, summoning his chakra. Frieren's staff glowed with a brilliant blue light as she chanted a spell. "Stay close, Naruto. These creatures are dangerous." The monsters lunged at them, but Naruto and Frieren moved with practiced precision. Naruto's agile movements and powerful strikes complemented Frieren's magical prowess, creating a seamless dance of combat. Despite their best efforts, the sheer number of creatures began to overwhelm them. "We need to retreat," Frieren shouted, her voice strained. "We can't hold them off forever." Naruto nodded, realizing the truth of her words. "Let's move." They fought their way through the horde, slowly making their way back towards the forest. The monsters pursued relentlessly, their growls echoing through the plains. Just as it seemed they would be overrun, a powerful blast of energy erupted from the trees, disintegrating several of the creatures. "Who's there?" Naruto called out, shielding his eyes from the brilliant light. A figure stepped forward from the shadows of the forest. Clad in dark robes, the newcomer radiated an aura of immense power. Long, silver hair cascaded down their back, and their piercing blue eyes seemed to see straight through Naruto and Frieren. "I am Lysandra, the Mage of the Shadows," the figure said, her voice resonating with authority. "And it seems you could use some assistance." Naruto and Frieren exchanged a glance, both wary but grateful for the help. "Thank you," Frieren said cautiously. "These creatures ambushed us." Lysandra nodded, her eyes narrowing as she observed the remaining monsters. "These creatures are drawn to powerful magic. They must have sensed your presence." With a wave of her hand, Lysandra unleashed another wave of energy, obliterating the last of the monsters. The air crackled with residual power, and the plains fell silent once more. "You're very powerful," Naruto said, eyeing Lysandra with admiration. "Thank you for saving us." Lysandra turned her gaze to Naruto, her expression inscrutable. "You are far from home, aren't you?" Naruto's eyes widened in surprise. "How did you know?" "I can sense the otherworldly energy around you," Lysandra explained. "You do not belong to this world." Frieren stepped forward, her eyes filled with curiosity. "We are searching for a way to open a rift back to Naruto's world. Do you know of such magic?" Lysandra's expression softened slightly. "I do. But such magic is dangerous and complex. It requires not only great power but also a deep understanding of the fabric of reality." Naruto's determination flared. "We have to try. I need to get back to my world." Lysandra studied him for a moment before nodding. "Very well. I will help you. But you must understand, the path ahead will be fraught with peril. Are you prepared for that? Naruto met her gaze with unwavering resolve. Yes. We're ready. Lysandra led Naruto and Frieren to her hidden sanctuary within the forest. The entrance was concealed by thick vines and ancient trees, but once inside, they found themselves in a cavernous space filled with magical artifacts and glowing crystals. This place is amazing, Naruto marveled, looking around in awe. Lysandra nodded. It has taken me many years to collect these items and build this sanctuary. Here, we will be safe from prying eyes. As they settled in, Lysandra began to teach Naruto and Frieren the intricacies of rift magic. She explained the delicate balance required to open and stabilize a rift, and the potential consequences if things went wrong. Opening a rift is like tearing a hole in the fabric of reality, Lysandra said. If done incorrectly, it could have catastrophic effects on both worlds. Naruto listened intently, his mind racing with the possibilities. So, how do we make sure we do it right? Lysandra smiled faintly. By being meticulous and patient. We must gather specific materials and perform the rituals with precision. There is no room for error. Frieren absorbed the information with her usual calm demeanor. What materials do we need? Lysandra handed them a list of items, each one rare and difficult to obtain. These are the components required to create the rift. Some can be found in this world, while others are hidden in places of great power. Naruto glanced at the list and nodded. We'll find them. Whatever it takes. The next few weeks were a blur of activity as Naruto, Frieren, and Lysandra worked tirelessly to gather the necessary materials. They ventured into dangerous territories, faced formidable foes, and overcame numerous obstacles. With each challenge, their bond grew stronger, and their determination never wavered. One night, as they rested by the fire in Lysandra's sanctuary, Naruto found himself reflecting on the journey so far. He glanced at Frieren, who was deep in conversation with Lysandra, and felt a surge of gratitude. "Thank you," he said softly, catching their attention. Frieren looked at him, puzzled. "For what?" Naruto smiled. "For helping me. For believing in me. I couldn't have come this far without you both." Frieren's expression softened, and Lysandra nodded approvingly. "We are a team," Lysandra said. "And together, we will succeed." The final item on their list was the heart of a crystal Wirm, a rare and powerful creature that dwelled in the mountains to the north. The journey to its lair was treacherous, filled with steep cliffs and icy winds. But Naruto, Frieren, and Lysandra pressed on, determined to complete their mission. As they approached the Wirm's lair, the ground shook beneath their feet. The massive creature emerged, its scales glistening like diamonds and its eyes burning with an otherworldly light. "This is it," Naruto said, his voice steady. "Are we ready?" Frieren and Lysandra nodded, their faces set with determination. "Let's do this," Frieren said, her staff glowing with magical energy. The battle with the crystal Wirm was fierce and intense. The creature's powerful attacks and thick scales made it a formidable opponent. But Naruto, Frieren, and Lysandra fought with all their might, their combined skills and teamwork turning the tide in their favor. As the Wirm fell, its heart glowing with a brilliant light, Naruto and Frieren shared a triumphant glance. They had done it. They had gathered all the materials needed to open the rift. Back at Lysandra's sanctuary, they carefully prepared the ritual. The ancient runes and symbols were drawn with precision, and the materials were arranged in a specific pattern. The air hummed with energy as they began to chant the incantations. The rift started to form, a swirling vortex of light and energy. It crackled with power, growing larger and more stable with each passing moment. Naruto felt his heart race with anticipation. "Almost there," Lysandra said, her voice steady. "Keep focusing." But just as the rift reached its peak, a dark presence began to emerge from within. A figure shrouded in shadow, exuding an aura of malevolence. "Who are you?" Naruto demanded, stepping forward protectively. The figure laughed, a cold, chilling sound. "I am the Dark Mage. And you have made a grave mistake by opening this rift." Naruto, Frieren, and Lysandra exchanged a determined glance. They had come too far to back down now. "Bring it on," Naruto said, his fists clenched. "We're not afraid of you." The Dark Mage's laughter echoed through the sanctuary as the battle began. Naruto, Frieren, and Lysandra fought with all their might, their teamwork and bond stronger than ever. They knew that the road ahead would be filled with challenges, but they were ready to face them together. And so, the journey continued, with Naruto, Frieren, and Lysandra standing side by side, ready to face whatever the future held. Chapter 4, Alliance of Necessity. The dust from the battle with the Dark Mage settled slowly around them, a thick haze that obscured the landscape. Naruto, Frieren, and Lysandra stood amidst the wreckage, breathing heavily from the exertion of their fight. The once menacing rift had now closed, its swirling edges fading into a soft glow before disappearing altogether. Naruto sank to his knees, his breath ragged. "That was way too close," he managed, wiping the sweat from his brow. Frieren approached him, her eyes scanning the horizon for any remaining threats. "You fought bravely, Naruto. But we can't afford to rest on our laurels. The Dark Mage's defeat is only a temporary victory." Lysandra, who had been observing the remains of the battle, nodded gravely. "Yes, this Dark Mage was merely a pawn in a much larger game. We must understand what he was after and prepare for what comes next." Naruto pushed himself to his feet, his resolve hardening. "Then we need to figure out our next move. How do we prevent this from happening again?" Frieren looked at him with a mixture of admiration and concern. "To do that, we'll need to find allies who can help us. We need to gather information, strengthen our forces, and explore the rift further to see if there's a way to open it without endangering either of our worlds." Lysandra stepped forward, her eyes filled with a sense of purpose. The city of Luminera is known for its vast network of mages and warriors. It would be wise to seek out their help. The Council of Elders there governs the city and has the influence to rally support. The journey to Luminera was a long one, but the landscape around them was nothing short of breathtaking. As they approached the city, the towering spires and grand architecture came into view, each structure emanating a faint magical aura that shimmered in the afternoon sun. Naruto gazed up at the city's skyline in awe. "This place is incredible. It's like something out of a dream." Frieren nodded, her eyes reflecting the beauty of the city. "Luminera is a beacon of hope and knowledge in this world. The Council of Elders will be able to offer the resources and wisdom we need." They entered the city through the grand gates, where they were greeted by the bustling activity of a thriving metropolis. Merchants sold exotic goods from far-off lands, street performers entertained the crowds, and the air was filled with the hum of magic and conversation. Lysandra led them through the winding streets to the council's chamber, a majestic building adorned with intricate carvings and glowing runes. As they stepped inside, they were met with the solemn faces of the council members, seated in a semicircle around a large, ornate table. Elder the Lion, the elven leader of the council, studied them with keen eyes. "Welcome to Luminera. I am Elder the Lion. What brings you to our city?" Naruto took a step forward, his voice steady despite his weariness. "We come seeking your aid. A dark mage threatens both our worlds, and we need your support to stop him." Elder Thalian's eyes narrowed as he listened. "A grave threat indeed. But why should we involve ourselves in your battle?" Naruto met his gaze with determination. "Because this threat affects everyone. If we fail, the Dark Mage will bring chaos to both our worlds. We've already seen the destruction he can cause. If you join us, we can work together to prevent a disaster." There was a moment of silence as the council members exchanged glances. Finally, Elder the Lion spoke, his voice calm but resolute. You speak with conviction, young warrior. We will offer our support. Luminera stands with you against this menace. Relief washed over Naruto as he nodded in gratitude. Thank you. We won't let you down. With the support of Luminera secured, the next days were spent preparing for the upcoming battle. The city became a hive of activity as warriors and mages gathered, sharpening weapons, casting spells, and strategizing. Naruto and Frieren worked side by side, their bond growing stronger as they shared the weight of their mission. One evening, after a long day of preparations, Naruto and Frieren found themselves on a balcony overlooking the city. The sunset bathed the landscape in a warm, golden light, casting long shadows over the streets below. It's beautiful here, Naruto said, leaning on the railing and gazing out at the view. I never thought I'd see a place like this. Frieren joined him at the railing, her eyes scanning the cityscape. Luminera is indeed a marvel. But even here, there is darkness lurking beneath the surface. Naruto turned to her, his expression thoughtful. It's been a while since I've had a chance to just reflect. It's been all battles and danger. Frieren looked at him, a hint of a smile on her lips. You have a rare ability to see the good in things, even in the midst of adversity. It's one of the reasons I'm glad you're here. Naruto's cheeks flushed slightly, and he rubbed the back of his neck awkwardly. Well, I guess I do try to look on the bright side. It's what keeps me going. Frieren's gaze softened. And that spirit is what will see us through this battle. We must not forget that hope can be our greatest weapon. The day of the battle dawned with a sense of foreboding. The allied forces assembled at the outskirts of the Dark Mage's stronghold, their numbers bolstered by the warriors and mages of Luminera. The fortress loomed ahead, a dark and imposing structure surrounded by swirling shadows and malevolent energy. Naruto stood at the front lines, his eyes fixed on the fortress as he addressed the assembled troops. We face a great evil today. But we stand together, united by our cause. We will fight for our homes, for our families, and for each other. Let's show the Dark Mage that we will not be defeated. Cheers erupted from the crowd, a roar of defiance against the darkness that awaited them. Frieren stood beside him, her presence a steadying force amidst the chaos. Lysandra, too, was at their side, her hand resting on the hilt of her sword. As they approached the fortress, the dark magic that enveloped it pressed against them, a heavy weight that sought to crush their spirits. The ground shook beneath their feet, and the air was thick with the stench of malice. The battle began with a clash of steel and magic. Warriors charged forward, their weapons raised high, while mages unleashed torrents of elemental power against the enemy forces. Naruto fought with relentless energy, his Rasengan smashing through the ranks of the Dark Mage's minions. Frieren's magic danced through the battlefield, her spells creating barriers of light and waves of destructive force. In the heart of the fortress, they confronted the Dark Mage. His dark robes billowed around him as he stood atop a raised platform, his eyes glowing with an eerie, otherworldly light. You dare to challenge me, he intoned, his voice a deep, resonant growl that sent shivers down the spines of those who heard it. You are but insects before the power I wield. Naruto stepped forward, his face set with grim determination. We are not afraid of you. We have come to stop you from bringing ruin to our worlds. The Dark Mage's lips curled into a cruel smile. Very well, then. Let us see if you are truly worthy of your defiance. The battle with the Dark Mage was intense, a fierce struggle of wills and powers. The Dark Mage's dark magic lashed out with deadly force, but Naruto, Frieren, and Lysandra fought with a unity born of their shared purpose. Their combined strength pushed back against the onslaught, their attacks blending into a formidable assault. As the battle reached its zenith, the Dark Mage unleashed a cataclysmic spell, a swirling vortex of dark energy that threatened to annihilate everything in its path. Naruto and Frieren joined forces, their powers intertwining to create a barrier that absorbed the dark energy and redirected it back at the dark mage. With a final, anguished scream, the dark mage was consumed by the very forces he had sought to wield. The fortress trembled, the dark magic dissipating as the walls began to crumble. In the aftermath of the battle, the once proud fortress lay in ruins. The allied forces gathered amidst the wreckage, their faces marked by the toll of the fight. The victory was bittersweet, a moment of triumph overshadowed by the cost of their efforts. Naruto and Frieren stood together, their hands clasped in a gesture of solidarity. "We did it," Naruto said softly, his voice filled with a mix of relief and exhaustion. Frieren nodded, her eyes reflecting the weight of their victory. "Yes. But the journey is far from over. We still have much to do." Lysandra approached them, her expression somber. "We have gained valuable knowledge from this battle, but we must now focus on our next steps. We need to find a way to open the rift without endangering both worlds." Naruto looked at his companions, feeling a deep sense of camaraderie. "We've come a long way together. We started this journey with a purpose, and we will see it through." As they left the ruins of the fortress, the sun began to rise over the horizon, casting a hopeful light on the path ahead. It was a new beginning, a chance to rebuild and move forward. And so, with their bond stronger than ever, Naruto, Frieren, and Lysandra set off on the next leg of their journey. The road ahead was uncertain, but they faced it with hope and determination, ready to confront the challenges that lay before them. Chapter 5, First Mission. The early morning sun cast its golden light over the city of Luminara as Naruto, Frieren, and Lysandra prepared for their first mission together. The streets were already bustling with activity as merchants set up their stalls, adventurers prepared for their own quests, and mages practiced their spells. Despite the city's lively atmosphere, there was an undercurrent of tension and anticipation in the air. Naruto adjusted his gear, checking the straps of his kunai pouch and ensuring his shuriken were in place. "So, what's the mission today?" he asked, his eyes bright with excitement. "We're not just going to sit around and wait for the Dark Mage's minions to show up, are we?" Frieren, standing beside him, glanced at the mission scroll they had been given. "Our task is to investigate a series of attacks on a nearby village. It seems that a horde of monsters has been causing chaos in the region." Lysandra, walking beside them, nodded. "The village is called Harlow. The attacks have been increasing in frequency and intensity. We need to find out what's driving the monsters to attack and put a stop to it." As they made their way out of the city, the path to Harlow took them through lush forests and rolling hills. The beauty of the natural landscape was a stark contrast to the dark, looming presence of the Dark Mage's fortress they had left behind. Birds sang in the trees, and the occasional deer darted through the underbrush. "Wow, this place is so peaceful," Naruto said, taking in the serene environment. "It's hard to believe there's trouble brewing here." Frieren smiled faintly. "Peaceful on the surface, perhaps. But there's often more beneath the calm exterior. That's why we need to be cautious." Lysandra led them along the well-trodden path that wound through the forest. As they walked, she filled them in on the details of the situation in Harlow. The villagers have reported sightings of strange, aggressive creatures that seem to appear out of nowhere. They've been attacked at all hours, and several homes have been destroyed. Naruto clenched his fists. "We have to help them. No one should have to live in fear like that." The journey to Harlow took the better part of the morning, and as they approached the village, they could see the signs of the recent attacks. Scorched earth, broken buildings, and scattered debris told a story of violence and destruction. The villagers had gathered in the center of town, their faces filled with worry and exhaustion. A tall man with a rugged appearance stepped forward to meet them. "You must be the reinforcements from Luminara. I'm Amon, the village leader. Thank you for coming. Naruto stepped forward, offering a reassuring smile. We're here to help. Can you tell us what you know about the attacks? Amon nodded, his expression grave. The attack started about 2 weeks ago. At first, it was just a few creatures here and there. But now it's grown into a full-scale assault. We've tried to fight them off, but we're outnumbered and outmatched. Frieren stepped in, her eyes scanning the village's surroundings. Have you noticed any patterns in the attacks? Any clues about where the creatures are coming from? Amon sighed. They seem to come from the old ruins to the north of the village. We've had scouts go there, but none have returned. We fear the worst. Lysandra exchanged a glance with Naruto and Frieren. We'll investigate the ruins and see if we can find out what's causing the attacks. In the meantime, you should strengthen your defenses and make sure the villagers are safe. Amon nodded, a look of relief crossing his face. Thank you. We're counting on you. With their mission clear, Naruto, Frieren, and Lysandra set off toward the old ruins. The path to the ruins was overgrown and unkempt, the remnants of ancient structures barely visible through the thick foliage. As they approached the ruins, the atmosphere grew heavier. The air was thick with the scent of decay, and the shadows seemed darker and more foreboding. The once grand stone pillars were now crumbling and covered in moss, and the ground was littered with fallen leaves and broken bricks. Naruto took in the scene with a frown. This place gives me the creeps. Are we sure there's something here? Frieren nodded, her eyes focused on the ruins. There's definitely something amiss. Let's proceed with caution. They moved through the ruins carefully, their footsteps echoing off the stone walls. Every so often, Naruto would stop and listen, his senses attuned to any sign of danger. The silence was oppressive, broken only by the occasional rustling of leaves and the distant chirping of birds. As they explored deeper into the ruins, they came across a series of old murals on the walls. The murals depicted scenes of battles and dark rituals, with shadowy figures and ominous symbols. Naruto studied them, his curiosity piqued. These murals tell a story, he said, pointing at the images. It looks like there was a big battle here long ago. But who were these people fighting against? Frieren examined the murals closely. These are ancient symbols of dark magic. It seems that this place was once a stronghold for those who practiced forbidden arts. Lysandra looked around, her eyes sharp and searching. If this was a stronghold for dark magic, then it's possible that the creatures we're dealing with are the remnants of that power. As they continued to explore, they came across a hidden chamber deep within the ruins. The door was partially ajar, and a faint, eerie glow emanated from within. Naruto approached the door cautiously. Looks like we found something. Should we go in? Frieren nodded. Yes, but be on your guard. We don't know what we might find. They entered the chamber and were immediately struck by the sight before them. The room was filled with ancient tomes and artifacts, their surfaces covered in dust. At the center of the room was a large, ominous altar, upon which rested a dark crystal pulsating with malevolent energy. Lysandra stepped forward, her eyes fixed on the crystal. This must be the source of the disturbances. We need to destroy it to stop the attacks. Naruto nodded, his determination unwavering. Let's take it out of here before it causes any more harm. As they prepared to move the crystal, a low, rumbling growl filled the chamber. From the shadows emerged a horde of monstrous creatures, their eyes glowing with a sinister light. It looks like we have company, Frieren said, drawing her staff. Get ready. The battle that followed was fierce and chaotic. The creatures were fast and vicious, their attacks coming from all sides. Naruto fought with a combination of agility and strength, his Rasengan blasting through the ranks of the monsters. Frieren's magic blazed through the chamber, her spells creating barriers of light and waves of destructive force. Lysandra's sword moved in swift, practiced motions, cutting down any creatures that came too close. Despite their best efforts, the creatures seemed endless, pouring from every corner of the chamber. Naruto fought alongside Frieren and Lysandra, their movements synchronized as they pushed back against the onslaught. "We need to destroy the crystal now," Lysandra shouted over the din of battle. Frieren nodded, her eyes fixed on the dark crystal. "I'll create a barrier to protect us while you take it out." With Frieren's magic forming a protective shield around them, Naruto focused on the crystal, channeling his chakra into a powerful Rasengan. He hurled the attack at the crystal, the impact shattering the dark energy and causing a shockwave that reverberated through the chamber. The creatures let out a final, anguished cry before collapsing into nothingness. The dark energy that had been emanating from the crystal dissipated, and the chamber fell silent once more. Breathing heavily, Naruto looked around at the aftermath of the battle. "That was intense. I hope that did the trick." Frieren examined the remains of the crystal, her expression thoughtful. "It should have. With the crystal destroyed, the dark magic that was driving the creatures should be gone." Lysandra sheathed her sword, a satisfied smile on her face. "Let's return to Harlow and report our success." When they arrived back in Harlow, the villagers greeted them with a mixture of relief and gratitude. Aemon approached them, his face filled with hope. "Did you find out what was causing the attacks?" he asked anxiously. Naruto nodded, giving him a reassuring smile. "We did. We found a dark crystal in the ruins that was responsible for the creatures. We destroyed it, so you should be safe now." Aemon's eyes widened in relief. "Thank you. You've saved our village. We will be forever grateful." Frieren and Lysandra exchanged a glance, their own satisfaction evident. "We're glad we could help," Frieren said. "But we must continue our quest. There's still much to be done." As the sun set over the village, the trio took a moment to enjoy the calm that had returned to Harlow. The villagers began to rebuild their homes and strengthen their defenses, their spirits lifted by the knowledge that they were no longer under threat. Naruto stood on a hill overlooking the village, the peaceful scene below a stark contrast to the battles they had fought. "This is what we're fighting for," he said softly. "To protect places like this, and the people who live here." Frieren joined him, her eyes reflecting the fading light of the day. "Yes. It's moments like these that remind us of the importance of our mission." Lysandra walked up beside them, her expression resolute. "We have made a difference today, but the road ahead is still long. We must stay vigilant and continue to fight for the future." Naruto nodded, a sense of purpose filling him. "We will. Together, we'll face whatever comes next." And so, as the stars began to twinkle in the night sky, Naruto, Frieren, and Lysandra prepared for the challenges that lay ahead. The bond they had formed through their shared struggles had grown stronger, and they were ready to face the next stage of their journey with hope and determination. Chapter 6, Clash of Ideals. The sun rose over the horizon, casting a warm, golden hue over the land as the trio left the village of Harlow behind. Their mission had been a success, but the shadows of future battles loomed over them. The path to their next destination, a secluded forest known for its ancient secrets, was long and winding, and the journey was marked by a thoughtful silence. Naruto, walking slightly ahead, broke the quiet. "That was quite a mission. I hope we get a break soon." Frieren walked beside him, her gaze distant. "Rest is a luxury we can't afford right now." The dark mage was only a part of a greater threat. Lysandra, trailing behind, added, "And the work we've done in Harlow is just the beginning. We have many challenges ahead." As they continued along the path, the forest's canopy grew denser, the trees intertwining to form a natural archway. The air was cool and filled with the scent of pine and earth, a serene contrast to the chaos of battle. Naruto took in the surroundings with wide eyes. "This place is amazing. It feels like a different world compared to the city." Frieren glanced at him. A hint of a smile on her lips. The world has many hidden wonders. Sometimes, it's easy to forget that amidst the struggles we face. Their conversation was interrupted by the sudden sound of rustling leaves. Out from the underbrush came a group of forest creatures, their eyes glowing with an unusual intensity. Frieren raised her staff, her eyes narrowing as she assessed the situation. "Be careful," she warned. "These creatures are not normal." The creatures lunged at them with surprising speed. Naruto reacted quickly, drawing his kunai and moving to intercept them. He fought with his usual enthusiasm, but the creatures seemed to be more coordinated and fierce than any he had encountered before. As he engaged the creatures, he noticed Frieren's calm and methodical approach. Her spells were precise, each incantation creating barriers and magical blasts that pushed the creatures back. Naruto couldn't help but feel a twinge of frustration. "You're so calm about this. Don't you get angry or excited during a fight?" Frieren glanced at him, her expression unreadable. Anger and excitement are distractions. In battle, focus and strategy are what matter. Naruto shook his head. "I don't know about that. Sometimes you need to let your emotions drive you, not just logic." The clash of ideals continued as they fought side by side. Naruto's attacks were wild but effective, a flurry of energy and determination. Frieren's magic was a stark contrast, controlled and deliberate. Their differences were apparent, and each began to question the other's approach. As the last of the creatures fell, the forest fell silent once more. Naruto wiped the sweat from his brow and looked over at Frieren. "I know you're good at what you do, but sometimes it feels like you don't care about the fight itself. It's just a job to you." Frieren met his gaze, her eyes steady. "It's not that I don't care. I've seen too many battles to let emotions dictate my actions. It's the outcome that matters, not the experience." Lysandra stepped between them, sensing the tension. "We need to understand each other's perspectives. Each approach has its own merits. Naruto's passion and drive can be just as valuable as Frieren's experience and control." Naruto crossed his arms, still frustrated. "But it feels like there's no room for passion in your strategy, Frieren. How do you stay motivated if you don't let yourself get excited or angry?" Frieren's eyes softened slightly, though her voice remained steady. "I find motivation in the responsibility I carry. The lives at stake, the balance of the world, those are my reasons to fight. Emotions are fleeting, but duty is constant." Naruto mulled over her words. "I guess we just see things differently. For me, the fight is as much about the journey as it is about the goal." Frieren nodded, though she didn't seem entirely convinced. "We all have our reasons for fighting. It's important to respect that, even if we don't always understand it." Their conversation was interrupted as they reached the edge of the forest. The path opened up to a wide valley, and in the distance, they could see the ruins of an ancient structure. "There it is," Lysandra said, pointing toward the ruins. "That's where the ancient library is located." The library was an imposing structure, its tall spires and crumbling walls a testament to its once grand history. Vines and moss covered the exterior, and the air around it seemed heavy with the weight of forgotten knowledge. As they approached, the sense of age and mystery deepened. The entrance was a grand archway, flanked by statues of long-forgotten guardians. The inside of the library was dimly lit, the only light coming from the beams of sunlight that filtered through the broken roof. Naruto stepped inside, his eyes wide with wonder. "This place is incredible. Look at all these books and scrolls." Frieren took a deep breath, her eyes scanning the rows of ancient tomes. "The knowledge contained here is invaluable. We must find the information about the rift and the dark mage." They began to search through the vast collection of books and scrolls, the dust of ages rising with each movement. Naruto was drawn to a large, ornate book lying on a pedestal in the center of the room. "Hey, check this out," he called, holding up the book. "It looks like it's in pretty good condition." Frieren moved over to him, her eyes widening as she examined the cover. "This is a rare manuscript. It's said to contain knowledge of ancient magic and forgotten lore." As they opened the book, they were greeted by pages filled with complex diagrams and arcane symbols. Lysandra watched over their shoulders, her eyes focused on the text. "What does it say?" she asked, her curiosity evident. Frieren began to translate the text, her brow furrowing as she read. "It speaks of an ancient ritual that can open rifts between worlds. It's complex and dangerous, but it might be the key to understanding how the Dark Mage plans to manipulate the rift." Naruto listened intently, his excitement growing. "So, this could help us get a better handle on what we're up against?" Frieren nodded. "Yes, but it will take time to decipher the full details. We should make this our priority while we are here." The day passed in a blur of study and research. Frieren pored over the manuscript, deciphering the ancient language and extracting the crucial pieces of information. Naruto and Lysandra helped where they could, organizing scrolls and searching for supplementary texts. As night fell, the library was illuminated only by the soft glow of magical lanterns and the light of a few candles. The atmosphere was quiet, the only sound the rustling of pages and the occasional murmur of conversation. Naruto glanced over at Frieren, who was deep in concentration. "How's it coming along? Are we getting close?" Frieren looked up from the manuscript, her eyes tired but determined. "We're making progress. The ritual described here is complex, but I believe we can perform it with the right preparation." Lysandra stretched, her eyes reflecting the soft light. "It's late. We should get some rest and continue in the morning." Naruto nodded, his own fatigue catching up with him. "Yeah, we've got a big task ahead of us." They set up makeshift beds among the stacks of books and scrolls, preparing for a night in the ancient library. As they settled in, the conversation turned back to the ideals and motivations that had surfaced earlier. Frieren spoke up, her voice thoughtful. "Naruto, you mentioned that emotions drive you in battle. How do you manage those emotions when things get tough?" Naruto thought for a moment, his eyes fixed on the flickering candlelight. "It's not always easy. Sometimes, I get angry or frustrated, but I try to use those feelings to push myself forward. I believe that my emotions are a part of who I am, and they help me stay true to my goals." Frieren nodded, her eyes reflecting the candle's glow. "It's a different approach from mine, but I can see how it works for you. I suppose we all have our own ways of coping with the challenges we face." Lysandra, listening quietly, added, "Understanding each other's perspectives is important. Our differences can be a source of strength if we learn from them." Naruto smiled, feeling a sense of camaraderie. "Yeah, we're a pretty diverse team. But I think that's what makes us strong." As they settled in for the night, the bonds between them deepened. The challenges they had faced together had forged a connection that was beginning to transcend their individual differences. Chapter 7: The Ancient Library. The first light of dawn filtered through the broken roof of the ancient library, casting a soft glow over the room's dusty interior. The air was filled with the scent of old parchment and forgotten secrets. Naruto, Frieren, and Lysandra stirred from their makeshift beds among the stacks of books and scrolls, ready to continue their research. Naruto yawned and stretched, rubbing his eyes. "Morning, everyone. How's the research coming along?" Frieren was already seated at the central table, her eyes fixed on the manuscript. "We've made good progress. I've deciphered most of the ritual instructions, but there are still some complex portions that require careful analysis." Lysandra was examining a map of the surrounding lands, her eyes focused and determined. "I'm mapping out the areas mentioned in the manuscript. It looks like the ritual requires specific locations and items from various parts of the region." Naruto walked over to the table and peered at the manuscript. What's the ritual for, exactly? I know it has something to do with the rift, but what's the plan? Frieren adjusted her glasses and began to explain. The manuscript describes a ritual that can amplify the power of a rift, making it easier to control or even manipulate. It was used in ancient times to bridge worlds, and it seems the Dark Mage intends to use a similar ritual to extend his influence across dimensions. Naruto frowned, his concern evident. So if we don't stop him, he could invade our world? That sounds pretty serious. Lysandra looked up from her map, her expression serious. Yes, the ritual could potentially open a permanent gateway between worlds. If the Dark Mage succeeds, he could bring his dark forces into our world and cause unimaginable destruction. Naruto clenched his fists, his resolve strengthening. We have to stop him. We can't let that happen. Frieren nodded, her gaze steady. Agreed. But first, we need to complete the ritual to understand it fully and find a way to counteract the Dark Mage's plans. They spent the morning poring over the manuscript, working together to decipher the remaining sections. Frieren translated ancient texts while Naruto and Lysandra gathered relevant scrolls and artifacts from the library's collection. After several hours of intense study, Frieren finally looked up, her eyes bright with new determination. I believe we have enough information to start preparing for the ritual. We need to gather the items listed here and visit the locations mentioned. Lysandra reviewed her notes. According to the manuscript, we need 3 key items: a shard of the celestial crystal, the essence of a moonlit night, and the blood of a dragon. Each of these items must be obtained from different locations. Naruto's eyes widened. Those sound like some pretty rare and dangerous items. Where do we start? Frieren pointed to the map on the table. The celestial crystal shard can be found in the Cavern of Stars, located to the east of here. The essence of a moonlit night is said to be hidden in the enchanted glade, which is further north. And the blood of a dragon can be acquired from the Dragon's Peak to the south. Lysandra took note of the locations. We should divide our efforts. It would be more efficient to send teams to each location rather than traveling together. Naruto nodded enthusiastically. I'll go to the Cavern of Stars. I'm good with challenges and exploring unknown places. Frieren looked thoughtful. I'll take the task of retrieving the essence of a moonlit night. It requires a delicate touch and magical expertise. Lysandra smiled, her resolve firm. That leaves me with the Dragon's Peak. I'm skilled in combat and prepared for the dangers that come with obtaining the dragon's blood. They made final preparations for their respective quests, gathering supplies and checking their gear. The air was charged with a mixture of excitement and apprehension as they prepared to face the challenges ahead. Naruto set out on the path to the Cavern of Stars, his excitement palpable. The journey was long and winding, taking him through dense forests and rugged terrain. The terrain grew increasingly treacherous as he approached the cavern, the trees thinning out and the ground becoming rocky and uneven. As he reached the entrance to the cavern, he took a deep breath and surveyed the dark, foreboding space before him. The cavern's entrance was a gaping maw in the mountainside, with jagged rocks framing the entrance like the fangs of some ancient beast. Naruto took out a torch from his pack and lit it, the flame casting flickering shadows on the cavern walls. He stepped inside, his footsteps echoing through the vast, dark space. The air was cool and damp, and the sound of dripping water filled the silence. He moved cautiously, his senses alert for any signs of danger. The cavern was filled with glittering crystals embedded in the walls, their reflections creating a mesmerizing display of light and color. Naruto marveled at the sight, momentarily distracted from his mission. As he ventured deeper into the cavern, he encountered a series of traps and obstacles. Old mechanisms and hidden pitfalls tested his agility and problem-solving skills. Naruto navigated the challenges with a combination of instinct and experience, using his kunai and shuriken to disable traps and find safe paths. Eventually, he reached a large chamber at the heart of the cavern. At the center of the room was an ancient pedestal, upon which rested a radiant shard of the celestial crystal. The crystal pulsed with a gentle, otherworldly light, casting an ethereal glow across the chamber. Naruto approached the pedestal, his eyes fixed on the shard. "There it is," he said to himself. The celestial crystal shard. As he reached out to take the shard, the ground trembled and a low growl resonated through the cavern. From the shadows emerged a fearsome guardian, a massive stone golem with glowing eyes and an intimidating presence. Naruto's heart pounded as he prepared for battle. "Looks like I've got company." The golem moved with surprising speed for its size, swinging its massive fists at Naruto. He dodged and rolled, his kunai flashing as he struck at the golem's joints and weak points. The battle was intense, with Naruto's agility and combat skills put to the test. Despite the golem's strength, Naruto's determination and resourcefulness allowed him to gain the upper hand. He used his Rasengan to break through the golem's defenses, creating an opening that allowed him to strike the final blow. With the golem defeated, Naruto approached the pedestal and carefully took the celestial crystal shard. "Got it," he said, holding the shard up to the light. "Now to return to the library." As he made his way back through the cavern, Naruto couldn't shake the feeling that this was just the beginning of a much larger quest. The challenges he had faced were only a hint of what lay ahead. Meanwhile, Frieren journeyed to the enchanted glade, a place of mystical beauty and tranquility. The path to the glade was lined with luminescent flowers and ancient trees, their leaves shimmering in the moonlight. As she walked through the glade, Frieren focused on her surroundings, searching for the essence of a moonlit night. The glade was filled with the gentle sound of flowing water and the soft glow of magical flora. She came across a serene pond at the center of the glade, its surface perfectly still and reflecting the moonlight like a mirror. At the edge of the pond was a delicate, silver flower that seemed to radiate a soft, ethereal glow. "This must be it," Frieren said to herself, approaching the flower with careful steps. "The essence of a moonlit night." She gently plucked the flower and placed it in a small vial she had prepared for the task. As she did, she felt a subtle shift in the magical energy around her, as if the glade itself was acknowledging her success. With the flower secured, Frieren took a moment to appreciate the beauty of the glade. "It's peaceful here," she said, her voice a soft murmur. "A welcome respite from the trials we face." On Dragon's Peak, Lysandra began her ascent, the mountain's rugged terrain presenting a formidable challenge. The climb was steep and treacherous, with loose rocks and steep cliffs testing her endurance and strength. As she neared the summit, she encountered a series of fierce creatures guarding the peak. These creatures, draped in scales and possessing sharp claws and fangs, attacked with ferocity. Lysandra fought with skill and determination, her blade moving with precision as she battled her way through the adversaries. Finally, she reached the dragon's lair, a vast cavern filled with the scent of sulfur and the sound of a low, rumbling growl. At the center of the cavern lay the dragon, a majestic and fearsome creature with shimmering scales and fierce, glowing eyes. Lysandra approached the dragon cautiously, her hand resting on the hilt of her sword. "I'm here for the dragon's blood," she said, her voice steady despite the danger. "I don't mean to harm you, but I need what you can provide." The dragon regarded her with a mixture of curiosity and wariness. "You seek the blood of the dragon, but you do not come for battle?" Lysandra nodded. "Our mission is to prevent a great evil from spreading. We need the blood to complete a ritual that will help us stop the dark mage." The dragon's eyes glinted with understanding. "Very well. If your cause is just, I will grant you what you seek." The dragon extended a claw, and Lysandra collected a few drops of the dragon's blood into a vial. The dragon watched her with a solemn expression, its gaze reflecting the weight of the responsibility it carried. With the vial in hand, Lysandra bowed respectfully. "Thank you for your assistance. I will make sure it is used for a worthy purpose." As she descended the mountain, Lysandra felt a sense of accomplishment. The blood of the dragon was a crucial part of their quest, and she was determined to see it through to the end. The three companions reconvened at the library, each carrying their respective items. The library was filled with the anticipation of the next step in their journey. Naruto placed the celestial crystal shard on the table, his expression eager. "I got the shard. It was guarded by a golem, but I managed to defeat it." Frieren carefully examined the shard. "Excellent work. This will be a key component of the ritual." Lysandra placed the vial of dragon's blood next to the shard. "I obtained the dragon's blood from Dragon's Peak. It was a challenging task, but it's done." Frieren took the vial and inspected its contents. "Well done. We have all the key items we need." She then took out the silver flower from the enchanted glade and added it to the collection. "And the essence of a moonlit night is here." Naruto looked around at his companions. "So what's next?" Frieren opened the manuscript and began to review the ritual's final preparations. "We need to perform a series of magical rites to prepare the items and complete the ritual. It will require careful coordination and precise timing." They spent the remainder of the day preparing for the ritual, setting up the necessary magical circles and arranging the items according to the manuscript's instructions. The atmosphere was tense with anticipation as they worked together, their earlier disagreements set aside in the face of their shared goal. As evening fell, they gathered around the central altar, ready to begin the ritual. Frieren took a deep breath and began to recite the ancient incantations, her voice steady and clear. Naruto and Lysandra followed her lead, their focus unwavering as they participated in the ritual. The items were placed in their designated positions, and the magical circles glowed with a powerful, otherworldly energy. The ritual's power surged through the library, filling the space with a bright, pulsating light. The energy resonated with the celestial crystal shard, the dragon's blood, and the essence of the moonlit night, creating a harmonious and potent force. As the ritual reached its climax, the light reached a blinding intensity, and the air was filled with a sense of profound power. Frieren's voice rose in a final, triumphant incantation, and the energy began to coalesce into a new form. The light gradually faded, revealing a shimmering, ethereal portal suspended in the air. The portal pulsed with a gentle, inviting glow, a gateway to the unknown. Frieren gazed at the portal with a mixture of awe and determination. "The ritual is complete. This is the gateway we need to confront the Dark Mage and stop his plans." Naruto and Lysandra looked at the portal with a sense of excitement and resolve. "We're ready," Naruto said, his voice filled with confidence. "Let's see where this path leads us." With their mission clear and their resolve strong, the trio prepared to step through the portal, ready to face the challenges that awaited them in their quest to save their worlds. Chapter 8, Hidden Emotions. The morning sun shone brightly over Harlow as Naruto, Frieren, and Lysandra made their final preparations for their journey to the Vale of Shadows. The village bustled with activity as the villagers continued to rebuild their homes and lives after the recent attack. The resilience and determination of the people here was evident. But the shadow of the Dark Mage's threat loomed over everything. Naruto stretched and took a deep breath, his eyes scanning the bustling village. "This might be the last time we see Harlow for a while. We should make sure we're ready for anything." Frieren adjusted the strap on her satchel, which was now packed with supplies, scrolls, and potions. "We have everything we need for the journey. The road to the Vale of Shadows will be long and treacherous, but we are prepared." Lysandra stood beside them, her sword sheathed and her gear carefully packed. "We should head out soon. The longer we wait, the more time the Dark Mage has to pursue the Shadow Crystal." As they gathered their things and prepared to leave, Amon approached them with a solemn expression. "I wish you all the best on your journey. The safety of our village is in your hands." Naruto offered a reassuring smile. "We'll do everything we can to stop the Dark Mage and keep Harlow safe." Aemon nodded, his eyes reflecting both gratitude and concern. Be careful out there. The path you take will be fraught with danger, and you will face challenges beyond your imagination. With a final nod to the village leader, the trio set out on their journey. They traveled along the winding paths that led away from Harlow, the landscape shifting from the lush green forests to more rugged and barren terrain as they ventured deeper into the mountains. As they walked, the conversation turned to their upcoming challenge. The Vale of Shadows sounds like a place out of a legend, Naruto said, his curiosity evident. What's it like, really? Frieren glanced at him, her expression thoughtful. The Vale of Shadows is a realm between worlds, a place where the boundaries of reality and the spirit realm overlap. It is a place of great darkness and peril, but also one of profound magic. Lysandra, walking beside Naruto, added, it is said to be a place where the fabric of reality is thin, making it possible for beings from other realms to enter. Navigating it will require all of our strength and skill. Naruto grinned, his excitement palpable. Sounds like a great adventure. I can't wait to see what's in store for us. Frieren's eyes met Lysandra's for a brief moment before she looked away, a flicker of hesitation in her gaze. This journey will test us in ways we cannot foresee. We must rely on each other to overcome the trials we will face. The conversation dwindled as they continued along the path, the weight of their upcoming challenges hanging over them. They walked in relative silence, the only sounds being the crunch of gravel underfoot and the distant calls of birds in the trees. As evening approached, they reached a clearing beside a gentle stream. The area was peaceful, with the soft murmur of the water and the rustling of leaves creating a soothing atmosphere. This seems like a good place to rest for the night, Lysandra suggested, her eyes scanning the serene surroundings. Naruto nodded in agreement. Yeah, let's set up camp here. We can get some rest and prepare for the journey ahead. They set up their camp, the routine of setting up tents and preparing a simple meal bringing a sense of normalcy to their preparations. As they sat around the campfire, the warmth of the flames contrasted with the cool evening air. Frieren watched the flames dance, her thoughts clearly elsewhere. She absently stirred the pot of stew over the fire, her expression distant. Naruto, noticing her preoccupation, decided to break the silence. Hey, Frieren, he said, his voice gentle, you've been quiet since we left Harlow. Are you okay? Frieren looked up, her eyes meeting his for a moment before she looked away. I'm fine. Just thinking about what's to come. Lysandra, sitting across from them, studied Frieren's face with concern. You seem worried. Is there something specific on your mind? Frieren hesitated before speaking. It's not just the Vale of Shadows or the Dark Mage. It's everything. I've been alive for so long, and I've seen so much darkness and loss. Sometimes, I wonder if it will ever end. Naruto leaned forward, his eyes filled with empathy. I can't imagine what it must be like to carry all that weight. But we're here with you. We're fighting this fight together. Frieren's eyes softened slightly as she looked at Naruto. Thank you. I've always been alone in my battles. Having allies like you is new to me. Lysandra nodded, her expression supportive. We understand the burden you carry, Frieren. But we are a team, and we will face whatever comes together. Frieren took a deep breath, the weight of her emotions evident in her eyes. I appreciate your support. It's just that, over the years, I've learned to shield myself from the pain of loss. But now, facing this new threat, I can't help but feel vulnerable. Naruto offered a reassuring smile. You don't have to hide your feelings from us. We're here to support you, just like you're supporting us. The conversation shifted as they discussed their plans for the upcoming trials. The warmth of the fire and the camaraderie of their shared moments helped to ease the tension of the journey ahead. Later that night, as they lay in their respective beds, the silence of the forest was punctuated only by the occasional crackle of the fire. Frieren lay awake, staring at the stars through the opening of her tent. Her thoughts drifted back to her past, to the battles she had fought and the friends she had lost. She thought of her old companions, the heroes who had once fought alongside her. The memories were bittersweet, filled with moments of joy and sorrow. The weight of their loss was still a heavy burden on her heart. Frieren's thoughts were interrupted by the sound of movement outside her tent. She sat up and listened carefully, her senses alert for any sign of danger. When she heard the familiar voices of Naruto and Lysandra talking softly by the fire, she felt a pang of gratitude for their presence. Outside, Naruto and Lysandra sat by the fire, their conversation low and private. "I think Frieren is more troubled than she lets on," Naruto said quietly, his eyes fixed on the flickering flames. "She's been carrying a lot of weight for a long time." Lysandra nodded, her expression thoughtful. "It's understandable. She's lived for centuries and seen many things. It must be hard to bear such a long history of loss." Naruto glanced at her. "But she's not alone anymore. We're here for her, and we can help her through this." Lysandra smiled softly. "Yes. We're a team now, and that means we support each other through the good times and the bad." Naruto grinned. "We're in this together, and we'll face whatever comes our way." As they talked, they became more aware of the bond they had formed. Their journey had not only brought them closer as allies but also as friends. The trials they had faced had forged a connection that went beyond mere companionship. Back in her tent, Frieren listened to their conversation, a faint smile touching her lips. She felt a sense of peace, knowing that she was not alone in her struggles. The warmth of their support was a comforting presence in the midst of her fears. As the night wore on, she finally drifted off to sleep, her thoughts turning to the future and the challenges that lay ahead. She was determined to face them with the strength and courage that her new friends had inspired in her. The next morning, the trio prepared to continue their journey. The sun rose over the mountains, casting a golden light on their path. They packed up their camp and set out once more, ready to face the trials of the Vale of Shadows. The journey to the Vale was still long, but the bond they had forged gave them the strength to face the challenges ahead. They walked together, their spirits lifted by the hope of what they might find and the determination to see their mission through to the end. As they made their way toward the hidden realm, they knew that their journey was far from over. The trials of the Vale awaited them, and they would need all of their strength and courage to overcome them. But for now, they were united in their quest, and that unity gave them the hope they needed to face the darkness that lay ahead. Chapter 9, Trial of Courage. The morning sun cast a warm glow over the rugged terrain as Naruto, Frieren, and Lysandra began the next leg of their journey. Their path to the Vale of Shadows was arduous, winding through rocky crags and steep inclines. The weight of their mission hung heavy on their shoulders, but their resolve remained steadfast. "Looks like we're in for a challenging day," Naruto said, surveying the rocky landscape before them. "But we've faced tough situations before. We can handle this." Frieren, walking alongside him, gave a nod of agreement. "Yes. The path to the Vale of Shadows is meant to test those who seek to enter. The trials we face today will prepare us for what lies ahead." Lysandra, leading the way, glanced back at them. "We should keep our eyes open. The trials are designed to test our courage, strength, and unity. We must be prepared for anything." As they continued up the rugged path, the landscape began to change. The rocky terrain gave way to dense, misty woods. The mist hung low, curling around their feet and obscuring the path ahead. "This place gives me the creeps," Naruto said, looking around at the fog-shrouded forest. "It's like something out of a nightmare." Frieren's eyes were alert as she surveyed the surroundings. "The mists of this forest are said to conceal illusions and hidden dangers. We must remain vigilant." They ventured into the misty forest, the soft crunch of leaves underfoot and the occasional rustle of unseen creatures creating an eerie atmosphere. The mist seemed to shift and change around them, making it difficult to discern the path ahead. After walking for a while, they came upon a large, ancient stone archway. The archway was adorned with intricate runes and symbols that glowed faintly in the mist. "This must be the entrance to the trial," Lysandra said, examining the archway. "Are we ready to face it?" Naruto took a deep breath, his determination evident. "Let's do this. We're in this together." Frieren stepped forward and placed her hand on the runes. "The trial will test our courage and unity. We must face it with open hearts and minds." As she touched the runes, the archway began to glow brightly, and the mist around them thickened. The ground beneath their feet shifted, and the archway began to open, revealing a path that led deeper into the forest. They stepped through the archway, and the mist parted to reveal a large clearing. At the center of the clearing stood a stone pedestal, upon which rested a large, ornate chest. The chest was adorned with symbols and runes that seemed to pulse with an inner light. "Looks like we have to open that chest," Naruto said, eyeing the chest warily. "But there's probably a catch." Frieren nodded. "The trial often involves more than just opening a chest. There will be challenges and obstacles to overcome." As they approached the chest, a sudden gust of wind swept through the clearing, and the mist began to swirl around them. The mist coalesced into 3 shadowy figures that took on the forms of monstrous creatures. "Looks like we're not alone," Lysandra said, drawing her sword. "Get ready." The shadowy creatures lunged at them, and a fierce battle ensued. Naruto and Lysandra fought bravely, their weapons clashing against the dark figures. Frieren stood back, focusing her energy to cast protective spells and support her companions. Naruto darted forward, his kunai flashing in the dim light as he engaged one of the creatures. "These things are tough. We need to work together." Lysandra slashed at another creature, her blade slicing through the misty form. "We must stay focused. Don't let them overwhelm us." Frieren chanted a spell, creating a barrier that protected her companions from the creature's attacks. "Keep fighting. We must defeat them to proceed." The battle was intense, with the creatures constantly shifting and attacking from different angles. The trio fought with all their might, their movements coordinated and precise. Finally, with a powerful strike from Naruto and a decisive blow from Lysandra, the last of the shadowy creatures was vanquished. The mist dissipated, and the clearing fell silent once more. "That was intense," Naruto said, catching his breath. "But we did it." Frieren examined the chest, her eyes thoughtful. "The trial was designed to test our courage and unity. We faced the challenge together and emerged victorious." They approached the chest and opened it, revealing a collection of ancient scrolls and artifacts. Among them was a map of the Vale of Shadows, marked with symbols and runes that would guide them on their journey. "This map will be invaluable," Frieren said, carefully examining the map. "It shows the way to the Vale of Shadows and details the obstacles we will face." Lysandra looked at the scrolls with interest. "These artifacts and scrolls might hold additional information or magical items that can aid us." As they sorted through the contents of the chest, they found a small vial filled with a shimmering liquid. Frieren held it up, her eyes studying the vial. "This potion is said to grant clarity and focus," she said. "It might help us navigate the Vale of Shadows." Naruto grinned, his excitement evident. "Looks like we've got some useful tools for the next part of our journey." With their new discoveries in hand, they continued on their path through the forest. The mist began to lift, revealing a trail that led deeper into the woods. As they walked, the conversation turned to their personal experiences and motivations. "You know," Naruto said, "I've been thinking about why we fight. What drives us to face these dangers and keep going?" Frieren glanced at him, her eyes reflecting the flickering light of the forest. "For me, it's the hope of finding peace and resolution for the past. I seek to understand and mend the losses I have endured." Lysandra looked thoughtful. And I fight to protect those I care about and to uphold the ideals of justice and honor. Naruto nodded, his eyes filled with determination. I fight for my friends and for a future where everyone can be happy. I want to make a difference in the world. Frieren smiled faintly, her gaze warm. We each have our reasons for fighting, but we share a common goal. It is this unity that strengthens us. As they spoke, they came to a small clearing with a serene pond at its center. The pond was surrounded by lush greenery, and the water reflected the dappled light of the forest. This place feels peaceful, Lysandra said, gazing at the pond. It's a nice break from the trials we've been facing. They sat by the pond, the calmness of the surroundings offering a moment of respite from their journey. The tranquility of the pond mirrored the calm they felt in each other's company. Naruto took a deep breath, feeling the weight of the journey lift slightly. It's good to have a moment of peace. We've been through so much already. Frieren nodded, her eyes reflecting the calm of the pond. Yes. It is important to find moments of peace amidst our struggles. As they sat by the pond, they shared stories from their pasts, their voices mingling with the gentle sounds of nature. It was a time of connection and understanding, deepening the bonds between them. The sun began to set, casting a warm glow over the forest. As darkness fell, they prepared to continue their journey, their spirits lifted by the shared moments of calm and the promise of what lay ahead. The path to the Vale of Shadows was still long and uncertain, but they faced it with renewed strength and hope. They knew that the trials of the Vale awaited them, and they were ready to confront the challenges that lay ahead. As they resumed their journey, they walked with a sense of unity and determination. The trials they had faced had prepared them for the path ahead, and they were ready to face whatever challenges the Vale of Shadows might bring. The road ahead was fraught with danger, but they were united in their quest, and that unity gave them the strength they needed to face the darkness that lay before them. Chapter 10, Bonds of Friendship. The sun had barely crested the horizon when Naruto, Frieren, and Lysandra resumed their journey through the dense forest. The early morning light filtered through the canopy, casting dappled shadows on the forest floor as the three companions walked in determined silence. The trials they had faced had not only tested their courage but had also brought them closer together. I think we're getting closer to the Vale of Shadows, Lysandra said, glancing at the map they had found in the chest. According to this, we should be approaching the edge of the forest soon. Naruto, walking beside her, peered over her shoulder at the map. It's hard to believe we've come this far. It feels like just yesterday we were fighting those shadowy creatures. Frieren walked slightly ahead, her eyes scanning the surroundings for any signs of danger. The journey has been long, but we are making progress. The Vale of Shadows is just beyond this forest, and the real challenge lies ahead. As they walked, the conversation turned to lighter topics, a welcome break from the intensity of their trials. So, what's the first thing you're going to do when this mission is over? Naruto asked, a playful grin on his face. Lysandra chuckled. I think I'll take a long, relaxing break. Maybe visit some peaceful place where I can rest and enjoy the quiet. Frieren glanced back, a hint of a smile on her lips. I've been thinking about visiting some of the ancient sites I've heard about. There are still many places I wish to explore and learn from. Naruto's eyes sparkled with excitement. That sounds awesome. There are so many places in my world I want to visit too. Maybe one day I'll get to see them. Frieren's gaze softened as she observed Naruto's enthusiasm. You have a strong sense of adventure. It's admirable. Their conversation was interrupted by the sudden appearance of a small village in the distance. The village was quaint and picturesque, nestled between rolling hills and surrounded by lush fields. There's a village up ahead, Lysandra said, pointing towards the settlement. We should stop there and see if we can gather any information about the Vale of Shadows. Naruto nodded. Sounds like a good idea. We could use a break and maybe learn something useful before we head into the Vale. As they approached the village, they were greeted by the sight of friendly villagers going about their daily routines. The village was peaceful, with children playing in the streets and vendors setting up their stalls for the day. The trio made their way to the center of the village, where they found a small inn with a sign that read, "The Golden Leaf Inn." They decided to stop there for a meal and to gather information. Inside the inn, the atmosphere was warm and inviting. The scent of freshly baked bread and roasting meat filled the air. The innkeeper, a kindly middle-aged woman, greeted them with a smile. "Welcome to the Golden Leaf Inn," she said. "How can I help you today?" Naruto smiled back. "We'd like to have a meal and maybe ask you a few questions about the Veil of Shadows." The innkeeper led them to a table by the window and handed them menus. "Of course. We have a variety of dishes to choose from. I'd be happy to answer any questions you have." As they ordered their meals and waited for the food to arrive, they began to discuss their quest. "We're looking for information about the Veil of Shadows," Frieren said. "Do you know anything about it?" The innkeeper's eyes widened slightly. "Ah, the Veil of Shadows. It's an ancient and mysterious place. Most people avoid it due to the dangers that lie within." Naruto leaned forward, his curiosity evident. "What kind of dangers are we talking about?" The innkeeper sighed, her expression serious. "The Veil of Shadows is a realm of darkness and illusion. Many who enter are lost to the shadows. It is said that only those with true courage and resolve can navigate its depths." Lyssandra's eyes narrowed as she listened. "Is there anything we should know about how to enter or survive within the veil?" The innkeeper nodded. "There are old legends about the veil. It's said that the entrance is hidden and can only be found by those who possess a key, a symbol of their resolve and strength." Frieren frowned thoughtfully. "A key? Do you know where we might find such a symbol?" The innkeeper shook her head. "I'm afraid not. The legends speak of ancient guardians and trials that protect the entrance. You may need to seek out those who have ventured into the veil before or find clues along the way." Their food arrived, and the innkeeper left them to their meal. As they ate, the conversation continued, focusing on their strategy for the trials ahead. "This sounds like it's going to be tough," Naruto said, his fork poised above his plate. "But we've come this far, and we can't turn back now." Lysandra nodded, her expression resolute. "We have to face the Veil of Shadows head-on. We're stronger together, and we'll find a way to overcome the challenges." Frieren glanced at her companions, a small smile on her lips. "I'm grateful for your support. It's been a long time since I've had allies like you." Naruto looked at her, his eyes sincere. "We're in this together. We'll face whatever comes our way and come out stronger for it." Their meal was filled with camaraderie and shared stories. It was a rare moment of peace and relaxation, a chance to enjoy each other's company before the trials of the veil. After their meal, they thanked the innkeeper and continued to explore the village. They visited the market, where they bought supplies and exchanged stories with the locals. The villagers were friendly and welcoming, eager to share their knowledge and experiences. As the day wore on, they found themselves by a tranquil stream that flowed through the village. The water was clear, and the gentle sound of the stream created a serene atmosphere. They sat by the stream, the cool water refreshing their tired feet. The conversation turned to their past experiences and the lessons they had learned. "Do you have any regrets?" Naruto asked, his voice thoughtful. "Is there anything you wish you had done differently?" Frieren looked at the flowing water, her gaze distant. "I have many regrets, but they are part of who I am. I have learned from my mistakes and sought to make amends for them." Lysandra watched the water flow, her expression contemplative. "Regrets are a part of life. It's how we learn and grow from them that matters." Naruto nodded. "I agree. I've made mistakes, but I've always tried to learn from them and move forward." As they sat in quiet reflection, the bond between them grew stronger. Their shared experiences and the trials they had faced had deepened their understanding of each other. The sun began to set, casting a warm glow over the village. The evening sky was painted with shades of orange and pink, and the peaceful beauty of the scene offered a moment of calm before the challenges of the Vale. They returned to the inn for the night, their spirits lifted by the day's experiences. They prepared for the journey ahead, knowing that the trials of the Vale of Shadows awaited them. As they settled into their rooms, the conversation turned to their hopes and expectations for the future. "I hope we can find a way to overcome the darkness of the Vale," Frieren said, her voice filled with determination. "We must face it with all of our strength." Naruto nodded, his eyes shining with resolve. "We'll find a way. We've come this far, and we won't let anything stop us." Lysandra smiled, her eyes reflecting the hope and determination of her companions. "Together, we can overcome any challenge." As they prepared for bed, they shared one last moment of camaraderie before the trials of the Vale. The bonds they had formed were unbreakable, and their resolve to face the darkness ahead was unwavering. The next morning, they set out from the village, ready to face the challenges that lay before them. The path to the Vale of Shadows was fraught with danger, but they walked it with courage and unity. Their journey was far from over, but they were prepared for the trials ahead. The bonds of friendship they had forged would guide them through the darkness and help them find their way. As they approached the edge of the forest, the Vale of Shadows loomed in the distance, a dark and mysterious realm waiting for them to enter. They took a moment to look back at the village, a place of peace and hope in the midst of their journey. With renewed determination, they turned their eyes to the path ahead, ready to face the trials of the Vale of Shadows. The challenges they would face were unknown, but they were united in their quest and ready for whatever lay ahead. Their journey was just beginning. And they would face it together, with courage and hope in their hearts. Chapter 11, Whispers of the Past. The path to the Vale of Shadows was lined with shadows and echoes of the past. The dense fog hung heavily in the air, and the trees seemed to whisper secrets as the trio ventured deeper into the mysterious realm. The dark forest was a stark contrast to the serene village they had left behind, and the weight of their mission pressed down on them. As they approached the entrance of the Vale of Shadows, a vast, ominous gate emerged from the mist. The gate was adorned with ancient symbols and runes that glowed faintly, casting eerie shadows on the ground. It stood tall and imposing, a barrier between them and the unknown challenges that lay beyond. "This must be the entrance," Lysandra said, her voice steady despite the foreboding atmosphere. "We're about to enter the Vale of Shadows." Naruto took a deep breath, steeling himself for what lay ahead. "Let's do this. We've come a long way, and we can't back down now." Frieren stepped forward and placed her hand on the gate. The runes began to shimmer, and the gate creaked open slowly, revealing a dark and winding path leading into the heart of the Vale. As they crossed the threshold, the mists of the Vale of Shadows enveloped them, and the forest around them seemed to shift and change. The path was shrouded in darkness, with only the faint glow of the runes on the gate providing a dim light. "Stay close," Frieren instructed, her eyes scanning the shifting shadows. "The Vale is known for its illusions and traps. We must remain vigilant." They proceeded along the path, their footsteps echoing softly in the eerie silence. The shadows around them seemed to move and change, creating illusions of strange and menacing figures. The path twisted and turned, leading them through a labyrinth of darkness and mist. Every turn seemed to bring them into a new and unfamiliar landscape, and the sense of disorientation was palpable. After what seemed like hours, they came upon a clearing with an ancient stone altar at its center. The altar was covered in moss and vines, and ancient symbols were etched into its surface. "This looks like a place of significance," Frieren said, examining the altar. "We should investigate." As they approached the altar, the mists around them began to swirl, and a faint, ghostly figure appeared before them. The figure was that of a woman, her features ethereal and indistinct. Who are you? Lysandra asked, her hand resting on her sword. The ghostly woman gazed at them with sad, mournful eyes. I am a guardian of the veil, bound to protect its secrets and guide those who seek its depths. Naruto stepped forward, his curiosity piqued. Can you tell us more about the Veil of Shadows? We're on a quest to find the key and face the trials within. The ghostly figure nodded slowly. The Veil of Shadows is a place of memories and echoes. It reflects the past and reveals the hidden truths of those who enter. To find the key and face the trials, you must confront your own shadows and come to terms with the past. Frieren listened intently, her eyes narrowing as she absorbed the words. What do you mean by confront your own shadows? The ghostly woman's gaze turned to Frieren, her eyes filled with empathy. Each of you carries burdens from your past, regrets, fears, and unresolved issues. The veil will force you to face these shadows and find a way to overcome them. Naruto glanced at Frieren and Lysandra, his expression thoughtful. We all have our pasts and regrets. It sounds like the veil will test us in ways we can't predict. The ghostly figure nodded solemnly. Indeed. The trials will be different for each of you, reflecting your innermost fears and desires. To succeed, you must face these trials with courage and honesty. With those words, the ghostly woman began to fade, her form dissolving into the mist. Good luck on your journey. May you find the strength to confront your shadows and uncover the truth. As the ghostly figure disappeared, the mists of the Veil of Shadows thickened around them, and the path before them became even darker and more uncertain. What do you think she meant by confront your own shadows? Lysandra asked, her voice filled with concern. Frieren looked at the altar, her eyes reflecting the dim light. The veil is a place of deep reflection. It will challenge us to confront our fears and regrets, and we must be prepared for what lies ahead. Naruto took a deep breath, his resolve firm. We've faced tough challenges before. We can handle this too. They continued along the path, their minds preoccupied with the ghostly guardian's words. The atmosphere was thick with tension, and every shadow seemed to hold a hidden threat. As they walked, the mists began to shift and change, forming hazy images of their pasts. The images were fleeting and indistinct, but they were filled with memories and emotions. Naruto saw fleeting images of his past battles and the faces of his friends and enemies. He saw the pain of his early years, the struggles he faced, and the friendships he had forged. Each image was a reminder of the journey he had undertaken and the burdens he carried. Frieren was confronted with visions of her long past, memories of lost loved ones, battles fought, and the passage of time. The weight of her past experiences pressed down on her, and she felt the sting of old wounds. Lysandra saw visions of her own past struggles and triumphs. She saw the moments of doubt and the victories she had achieved. The memories were both painful and precious, a reminder of the path she had traveled. As they continued, the mists grew thicker, and the images became more vivid. The trials of the Veil of Shadows began to take shape before them, each step bringing them closer to the heart of the darkness. Eventually, they reached a new clearing, where the mists parted to reveal a series of dark, foreboding structures. The structures were ancient and crumbling, their surfaces covered in moss and decay. This place feels different from the forest we just came through, Naruto said, looking around at the dark structures. It's almost like we've entered another realm. Frieren nodded, her eyes scanning the area. We must be getting closer to the heart of the veil. The trials are likely to be more intense here. As they ventured into the clearing, they came upon a large, shadowy figure standing at the center of the structures. The figure was tall and menacing, with a dark, ethereal presence. Welcome to the trials of shadows, the figure intoned, its voice echoing through the clearing. You have come seeking the key, but to find it, you must prove yourselves worthy. Lysandra stepped forward, her hand on her sword. We are ready. What are the trials we must face? The shadowy figure's eyes glowed with an eerie light. The trials will test your resolve, your courage, and your ability to confront your own shadows. You must face these trials alone, but remember that your friends are with you in spirit. With those words, the shadowy figure vanished into the mists, leaving them to face the trials that lay before them. Naruto took a deep breath, his determination unwavering. Let's get this over with. We can't afford to fail. Frieren and Lysandra nodded, their resolve equally strong. We will face the trials and find a way to overcome them, Frieren said. They stepped into the heart of the Veil of Shadows, ready to confront the challenges and confront their own shadows. The path before them was dark and uncertain, but they faced it together, united by their shared goal and the strength of their friendship. As they walked deeper into the veil, the trials of shadows awaited them, each step bringing them closer to the ultimate challenge that lay ahead. Chapter 12, Festival of Lights. The oppressive darkness of the Veil of Shadows seemed to cling to them as they walked, each step resonating with the trials they had faced. The dark forest surrounding them seemed endless, an ever-shifting maze of twisted trees and mist. The weight of their mission hung heavily in the air as they moved forward, navigating through the gloom. But just as the sense of despair began to seep into their souls, the path before them suddenly opened up into a scene of unexpected beauty. They emerged from the dark forest and found themselves in a vibrant, illuminated world, a stark contrast to the shadows they had left behind. The Festival of Lights was in full swing, a celebration that seemed to exist outside of time. Wow, Naruto said, his eyes widening in amazement. This place is incredible. The festival was bathed in a warm, golden light from countless lanterns floating gently in the night sky. They glowed like stars, their reflections dancing on the surface of a tranquil, moonlit river that wound through the heart of the festival grounds. The scene was a beautiful tapestry of colors and lights, with the lanterns drifting lazily upwards, carried by the gentle breeze. This is astonishing, Frieren said softly, her eyes taking in the delicate beauty of the festival. I didn't expect to find such a place within the Veil of Shadows. Lysandra looked around with a mix of wonder and curiosity. It's like stepping into another world. I've never seen anything like this. They began to walk through the festival, their senses overwhelmed by the vibrant sights and sounds around them. The air was filled with the aroma of delicious foods, the sweet scent of blooming flowers, and the faint, melodious strains of traditional festival music. Stalls lined the streets, offering a variety of foods, games, and trinkets. The atmosphere was filled with the joyful laughter of children and the cheerful chatter of festival-goers. This festival is so different from what we've been through, Naruto said, a smile spreading across his face. It's like a breath of fresh air after the trials we've faced. Frieren nodded, her gaze thoughtful as she observed the scene. The Veil of Shadows is known for its illusions and reflections of the past. Perhaps this festival represents a moment of peace and hope, a respite from the darkness. They approached a stall that was decorated with colorful banners and lanterns. The vendor, a cheerful woman dressed in traditional festival attire, greeted them with a warm smile. Welcome to the Festival of Lights, she said. Would you like to try some of our delicious festival treats? Naruto's eyes lit up at the sight of the food. Yes, please. What do you have? The vendor handed them a tray of various delicacies, crispy fried dumplings, sweet rice cakes, and colorful skewers of grilled meat and vegetables. They eagerly sampled the food, enjoying the rich, savory flavors and the simple pleasure of a good meal. This food is amazing, Naruto said, taking a bite of a dumpling. I haven't tasted anything like this before. Lysandra nodded in agreement as she tried a sweet rice cake. It's delicious. This festival is truly a feast for the senses. As they ate, they took a moment to reflect on their journey. The festival provided a welcome break from their mission, and they used the opportunity to talk about their experiences and what lay ahead. It's hard to believe how far we've come, Naruto said, his voice filled with a mix of pride and exhaustion. We've faced so many challenges, and yet here we are. Frieren looked out at the lanterns floating in the sky. We have come a long way. Each trial has tested us in different ways, but we have grown stronger through it all. Lysandra glanced around at the festival goers, her eyes reflecting the light of the lanterns. This place is a reminder that even in the midst of darkness, there are moments of beauty and joy. Their conversation was interrupted by the arrival of a group of performers who began to play a lively tune on traditional instruments. The music was cheerful and infectious, and soon the crowd was dancing along with the beat. Naruto's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Let's join in," Naruto said, grabbing Frieren and Lysandra's hands. "This looks like so much fun." They moved into the center of the crowd, where the music and the lively atmosphere quickly swept them up into the joyous celebration. They danced along with the festival goers, their laughter mingling with the sounds of the music. The dance was simple and repetitive, but it was full of energy and joy. "This is wonderful," Naruto shouted over the music. "I can't remember the last time I had so much fun." Frieren, usually reserved, allowed herself a rare smile as she moved to the rhythm of the music. "It is nice to have a moment of respite from our trials. This festival brings a sense of peace and happiness." Lysandra laughed as she twirled around. "It's good to see everyone enjoying themselves. We should make the most of this chance to relax." The music played on, and the dance continued, a vibrant expression of the joy and celebration of the festival. The three of them danced together, their spirits lifted by the festive atmosphere. As the night progressed, the festival reached its peak with a magnificent fireworks display. The sky was illuminated with brilliant colors as the fireworks burst in a dazzling array of reds, blues, greens, and golds. The light of the fireworks reflected off the faces of the spectators, adding to the sense of wonder and excitement. Naruto watched the fireworks with wide eyes. "This is incredible. I've never seen a fireworks display like this before." Frieren, standing beside him, watched the sky with a rare sense of wonder. "It's been a long time since I've seen such a display. It's beautiful." Lysandra stood with them, her eyes fixed on the sky. It's moments like these that remind us of the beauty in the world, even in the darkest times. They stood together, their hearts lifted by the beauty of the fireworks. The display was a breathtaking finale to the festival, a reminder that there is always light to be found, even in the midst of darkness. After the fireworks, they wandered through the festival one last time, taking in the sights and sounds before it was time to move on. They came to a stall where they could buy lanterns to release into the sky. The lanterns were decorated with wishes and dreams, and they each took a moment to write down their own hopes for the future. Naruto wrote about his dream of a peaceful world where everyone could live happily. Frieren wrote about her desire to find purpose and redemption. Lysandra wrote about her hope for a world where fear was vanquished and people could live freely. They released their lanterns into the night sky, watching as they floated upwards, carrying their hopes and dreams with them. "It feels good to let go of our worries for a while," Naruto said, his eyes following the lanterns as they drifted into the distance. "I hope our wishes come true." Frieren watched the lanterns as they ascended. It is important to hold on to hope, even in the face of adversity. Lysandra smiled at her companions. This festival has been a reminder that there is always a glimmer of light, even in the darkest times. With their hearts uplifted by the beauty of the festival, they turned back to the path that led deeper into the Vale of Shadows. The festival had given them a brief respite from their trials, but now it was time to face the challenges that lay ahead. They walked back into the darkness of the Vale, their spirits renewed by the memories of the festival and the hope it had inspired. The trials ahead would be difficult, but they were united in their resolve to overcome them. As they continued along the path, the lanterns from the festival still flickered in their memories, a symbol of hope and renewal. The journey through the Vale of Shadows was far from over, but they faced it with renewed strength and determination. The path before them was shrouded in darkness, but they walked it together, ready to face whatever challenges awaited them in the heart of the veil. Chapter 13, Echoes of Eternity. The festival had left a lasting impression on them. The tranquility and joy they had experienced lingered in their hearts as they walked back through the veil of shadows. But now the time had come to face the deeper shadows of their journey. As they moved further into the darkness, the comforting warmth of the festival's lanterns became a distant memory, replaced by the oppressive weight of the veil. The path ahead was obscured by a thick mist that seemed to pulse with a subtle, eerie energy. "This place feels different now," Naruto said, his voice low as he glanced around at the swirling mist. "It's almost like the veil itself is alive." Frieren nodded, her eyes scanning the mist. "The veil of shadows is known for its ability to reflect our inner fears and doubts. This mist may be a manifestation of those feelings." Lysandra, walking beside them, looked ahead with a mix of apprehension and resolve. "We must stay focused. The veil will test us in ways we might not expect." The mist grew thicker as they walked, and the surroundings became increasingly distorted. The trees seemed to bend and twist unnaturally, their shadows stretching and warping in the dim light. The path itself seemed to shift beneath their feet, as though it was constantly changing. "I can't even tell which way we're supposed to go," Naruto said, frustration evident in his voice. "Everything looks the same." Frieren placed a reassuring hand on Naruto's shoulder. "We must rely on our instincts and each other to find our way. The veil is meant to challenge us, but we have faced trials before." They pressed on, their steps echoing in the stillness of the misty landscape. As they walked, they began to notice faint, ghostly images flickering in the corners of their vision, images from their pasts and fears projected by the veil. Naruto saw visions of his friends and comrades, their faces twisted in sorrow and despair. He saw himself standing alone, surrounded by the shadows of those he had lost. The images were fleeting, vanishing as quickly as they appeared, but they left a deep impression on him. "This is intense," Naruto said, his voice trembling slightly. "These images are from my past, my fears." Frieren glanced at him, her eyes filled with understanding. "The veil of shadows reflects our deepest fears and regrets. It's trying to make us question our path and our resolve." Lysandra, walking beside them, spoke softly. "We must not let these illusions distract us. We have come this far together, and we will continue to move forward." They continued through the mist, the eerie images from the veil slowly fading from their sight. As they walked, the mist began to thin, and they entered a clearing bathed in an otherworldly light. The clearing was a vast, open space, surrounded by ancient stone pillars that stood like silent sentinels. In the center of the clearing was a large, ornate fountain, its waters shimmering with a soft, ethereal light. The light seemed to emanate from the fountain itself, casting a gentle glow over the entire area. "This place is beautiful," Naruto said, awestruck by the sight. "It's like we've stepped into another world." Frieren studied the fountain with a thoughtful expression. "This is a place of reflection and contemplation. The veil of shadows often has such places scattered throughout its depths." Lysandra approached the fountain and peered into its waters. "The water seems to be reflecting something beyond the surface. It's almost as if it's showing us something we need to see." They gathered around the fountain and looked into the shimmering water. The reflection showed not just their own images but also scenes from their pasts and glimpses of possible futures. Naruto saw images of his friends from the Hidden Leaf Village, scenes of camaraderie and battles fought together. He saw the faces of his fallen comrades, their eyes filled with a silent sadness. "This is what the veil is showing me," Naruto said, his voice somber. "It's showing me the people I've lost and the burdens I carry." Frieren gazed into the water, and her eyes were filled with a deep, sorrowful recognition. "I see images of my past as well, of those I have lost over the centuries. The veil is trying to make us confront our regrets and our failures." Lysandra looked into the water and saw visions of a world in turmoil, scenes of destruction and chaos. I see what could happen if we fail in our mission. The future is not set, but the veil shows us the potential outcomes of our choices. They stood in silence, each lost in their own reflections. The images from the fountain were a stark reminder of the weight of their mission and the consequences of their actions. After a long moment, Naruto broke the silence. We have to keep moving. We can't let these images distract us from our goal. Frieren nodded. We must face our pasts, but we cannot let them define us. We have a mission to complete, and we must see it through. Lysandra stepped away from the fountain. Her resolve strengthened. Let's continue on. The veil will test us, but we have the strength to overcome these trials. They left the clearing and continued down the path, the mist slowly receding as they moved forward. The journey through the Veil of Shadows was far from over, but they were determined to face whatever challenges lay ahead. As they walked, the mist began to clear, and the landscape began to change once again. The twisted trees and warped shadows gave way to a more familiar terrain, though it was still shrouded in an eerie, otherworldly light. This path feels different from the one we were on before, Naruto said, looking around at the changing landscape. It's like we're moving into a new phase of the veil. Frieren nodded, her gaze steady. The Veil of Shadows is always shifting and changing. It reflects our progress and our struggles. Lysandra looked ahead with a mixture of hope and apprehension. We must remain vigilant. The trials we face here will test our resolve and our strength. They continued along the path, their spirits bolstered by their recent experiences and the resolve to see their mission through. The journey through the veil was a constant challenge, but they faced it with courage and determination. The path ahead was uncertain, but they walked it together, their bond strengthened by the trials they had faced and the trials still to come. The Veil of Shadows was a reflection of their fears and regrets, but it was also a test of their strength and resolve. As they moved forward, the mist began to lift, and the path ahead became clearer. The challenges of the veil were far from over, but they were ready to face whatever awaited them in the depths of the darkness. Their journey through the Veil of Shadows was a test of their resolve, a challenge that would push them to their limits. But they faced it with the strength of their friendship and the hope of a brighter future. With each step, they moved closer to their goal, determined to overcome the trials of the veil and find their way to the heart of the darkness. The echoes of the past and the shadows of their fears were behind them, but the journey through the Veil of Shadows was far from over. They continued on, ready to face the challenges that lay ahead. Chapter 14, The Dark Mage. The mist of the Veil of Shadows had finally cleared, giving way to a new landscape. The path before them was shrouded in an unnatural twilight, a perpetual dusk that seemed to stretch endlessly into the distance. The air was thick with an ominous energy, and the ground was covered in a layer of dark, almost blackened leaves that crunched softly underfoot. This place feels different, Naruto said, his eyes scanning the eerie landscape. It's like the darkness here is more alive than before. Frieren nodded, her expression serious. We are getting closer to the heart of the veil. The further we go, the more intense the darkness becomes. Lysandra walked beside them, her hand resting on the hilt of her sword. We must be on guard. The deeper we go, the more dangerous it will become. We should expect anything. They continued down the path, the oppressive atmosphere growing heavier with each step. The trees on either side of the path were twisted and gnarled, their branches reaching out like skeletal fingers. The sky above was a dark, swirling mass of clouds, with occasional flashes of lightning illuminating the scene in stark, fleeting moments. As they walked, they could hear faint whispers on the wind, voices that seemed to come from nowhere and everywhere at once. The whispers were unintelligible, but their eerie tone sent chills down their spines. Do you hear that? Naruto asked, his eyes darting around. What are those voices? Frieren's gaze was focused ahead, her eyes narrowed in concentration. The voices are likely a manifestation of the veil's dark energy. They may be meant to unsettle us, to make us question our purpose. Lysandra drew her sword, her eyes alert. We must not let these tricks of the veil distract us. We are getting closer to our goal, and we must remain vigilant. The path continued through the dark forest, the oppressive atmosphere growing more intense with each step. The darkness seemed to press in on them from all sides, the twisted trees and shifting shadows creating a sense of foreboding. After what felt like hours of walking, they reached a large, open area at the edge of the forest. The space was dominated by a massive, ancient fortress that loomed over them, its dark spires reaching up into the stormy sky. The fortress was built from black stone, its walls covered in eerie runes that glowed faintly with a malevolent light. "This must be it," Naruto said, his voice filled with a mix of awe and trepidation. "The Dark Mage's stronghold." Frieren studied the fortress, her eyes scanning the structure. "This is where the heart of the darkness lies. The Dark Mage will be within those walls." Lysandra stepped forward, her sword at the ready. "We must be prepared for anything. We do not know what awaits us inside." They approached the fortress, the massive gate standing before them like a barrier between them and their goal. The gates were adorned with intricate carvings of dark symbols and twisted figures, their surfaces covered in a layer of dark, foreboding mist. Naruto placed a hand on the gate, feeling the cold, oppressive energy that emanated from it. "How do we get in?" Frieren examined the gate, her fingers tracing the runes carved into the surface. "There must be a way to open the gate, but we will need to solve the puzzle hidden in these runes." Lysandra moved to stand beside Frieren, her eyes focused on the runes. "Can you decipher them?" Frieren nodded, her eyes glowing with a soft, magical light as she studied the runes. "These runes are ancient and powerful. They are a form of magical seal designed to protect the fortress from intruders." She began to chant softly, her voice weaving a complex spell that resonated with the runes on the gate. The runes glowed brighter in response, and the mist around the gate began to swirl and coalesce. As Frieren worked, Naruto and Lysandra stood guard, their eyes scanning the surroundings for any sign of danger. The whispers on the wind grew louder, their voices rising in a discordant chorus that seemed to echo from the depths of the fortress. Finally, with a final, decisive chant, Frieren completed the spell, and the runes on the gate began to shift and change. The mist surrounding the gate dissipated, and the massive doors creaked open, revealing a dark, shadowy corridor beyond. "We're in," Frieren said, her voice steady despite the gravity of the situation. "Let's proceed with caution." They stepped through the gate and into the corridor, the darkness closing in around them. The corridor was long and narrow, its walls lined with flickering torches that cast eerie shadows on the stone walls. The air was thick with the scent of damp stone and old magic, a reminder of the age and power of the Dark Mage who resided here. The corridor led them deeper into the fortress, the oppressive atmosphere growing heavier as they moved forward. The whispers from outside had grown silent, replaced by the sound of their footsteps echoing in the stillness. As they walked, they began to see signs of the Dark Mage's presence, strange symbols and ominous messages carved into the walls, dark artifacts and forbidden tomes displayed in glass cases. The fortress was a place of dark magic and ancient knowledge, a testament to the power and malice of its master. They reached the end of the corridor and entered a large, dimly lit chamber. The chamber was filled with dark, Gothic furnishings. A grand throne sat at one end of the room, its dark, ornate design reflecting the malevolent aura of the fortress. Shadows danced across the walls, creating the illusion of shifting, malevolent forms. At the far end of the chamber, seated on the throne, was the Dark Mage, a figure cloaked in shadow and darkness, their features obscured by a dark hood and flowing robes. The Dark Mage exuded an aura of overwhelming power, a palpable presence that seemed to warp the very air around them. "Welcome, intruders," the Dark Mage's voice echoed through the chamber, cold and dispassionate. "I have been expecting you." Naruto stepped forward, his eyes locked on the Dark Mage. "We've come to stop you." Your reign of darkness ends here. The dark mage's hooded figure seemed to shift and swirl, as though the shadows themselves were alive. You believe you can challenge me? You are but a few, and I am the master of this realm. Frieren raised her staff, her eyes glowing with determination. We will not be intimidated. We have come this far, and we will see this through to the end. The dark mage's eyes glowed with a sinister light as they regarded them. Very well. If you wish to face me, then you shall. But be warned, this will be a battle like none you have faced before. With a wave of the dark mage's hand, the chamber was filled with a burst of dark energy. Shadows twisted and writhed, forming into grotesque, shadowy creatures that surged toward them with a menacing roar. Prepare yourselves. Frieren shouted, her staff crackling with magical energy as she prepared to defend against the oncoming attack. The battle began with a clash of light and dark. Naruto leaped forward, his kunai flashing as he struck at the shadowy creatures. He moved with the speed and agility of a seasoned ninja, his attacks precise and effective. Beside him, Lysandra swung her sword in powerful arcs, cutting through the dark creatures with skill and determination. Frieren stood back, her staff glowing with magical energy as she cast spells to repel the dark forces. We must focus on the dark mage. We can't be overwhelmed by these minions. The shadowy creatures swarmed around them, their dark forms writhing and shifting as they attacked. Naruto and Lysandra fought with all their strength, their movements a coordinated dance of offense and defense. The battle was fierce and relentless, the clash of their forces echoing through the chamber. Amidst the chaos of the battle, the dark mage watched from their throne, their eyes glowing with dark amusement. You fight well, but you are no match for the power of the veil. The dark mage raised their hands, summoning a new wave of dark energy that surged through the chamber. The energy coalesced into a massive, swirling vortex of darkness that threatened to consume everything in its path. Look out! Naruto shouted, his eyes wide as he saw the approaching vortex. We need to find a way to counter that attack. Frieren and Lysandra joined him, their combined efforts focused on deflecting the dark energy. Frieren cast a powerful barrier spell, her staff glowing with intense magical energy. Hold on. We can't let this attack break through. The barrier held for a moment, but the force of the dark energy was overwhelming. The vortex pressed against the barrier, straining against its defenses. Naruto and Lysandra fought against the shadowy creatures, their movements a blur of strength and speed. The battle was fierce and unrelenting, the chamber a storm of dark energy and magical light. The clash between the forces of light and darkness was a dramatic display of power and determination. As they fought, Frieren focused on the dark mage, her eyes filled with resolve. We must break through to the dark mage. We can't let them continue to control this realm. Naruto nodded, his face set with determination. We'll keep fighting. We won't let them win. With a final, decisive push, they broke through the dark mage's defenses and surged toward the throne. The dark mage rose from their seat, their dark aura intensifying as they prepared for the final confrontation. You are brave, but your bravery will not be enough to defeat me, the dark mage said, their voice cold and mocking. Prepare yourselves for the end. The final battle began, a fierce clash of light and darkness as Naruto, Frieren, and Lysandra faced the full power of the dark mage. The chamber was filled with the sounds of battle, the clash of weapons and the roar of dark energy. Naruto fought with all his strength, his kunai flashing as he struck at the dark mage. Lysandra joined him, her sword flashing with powerful strikes. Frieren cast spells of immense power, her staff glowing with magical energy. The battle was intense and brutal, the dark mage's dark power clashing against the light of their resolve. The fight was a test of their strength and determination. A struggle against the darkness that threatened to consume them. As they fought, the dark mage's power seemed to grow stronger, their dark energy surging through the chamber. But Naruto, Frieren, and Lysandra fought with unwavering resolve, their determination fueling their efforts. The battle reached its climax as the Dark Mage summoned a massive surge of dark energy, a final, desperate attack to end the fight. But Naruto, Frieren, and Lysandra stood firm, their combined strength holding back the tide of darkness. With a final, powerful strike, they broke through the Dark Mage's defenses and dealt a decisive blow. The Dark Mage staggered, their dark energy faltering as they faced the end. The chamber was filled with a blinding flash of light as the Dark Mage's power was shattered. The dark energy dissipated, and the shadows that had filled the chamber began to recede. Breathing heavily, Naruto, Frieren, and Lysandra stood victorious, their faces showing the strain of the battle. The Dark Mage lay defeated before them, their dark aura fading into nothingness. "We did it," Naruto said, his voice filled with relief. "The Dark Mage is defeated." Frieren nodded, her eyes tired but resolute. "The Veil of Shadows is no longer under their control. We have taken the first step toward restoring balance." Lysandra sheathed her sword, her expression somber. "But the cost of victory has been great. We must be prepared for what comes next." They stood together in the chamber, their thoughts filled with the weight of their victory and the challenges that lay ahead. The battle was over, but their journey was far from complete. As they prepared to leave the fortress, they knew that the darkness they had faced was only the beginning. The Veil of Shadows had been a trial, but the path ahead would hold even greater challenges. The chamber was silent now, the echoes of the battle fading into the stillness. The darkness of the veil had been pushed back, but the shadows of their past and the uncertainties of the future remained. With a final look at the fallen Dark Mage, they turned to leave the fortress, ready to face the next phase of their journey. The battle was over, but the journey through the Veil of Shadows was far from complete. As they walked through the dark corridors of the fortress, they could feel the weight of their victory and the anticipation of the trials that awaited them. The path ahead was uncertain, but they faced it with the strength of their resolve and the hope of a brighter future. The echoes of the past and the shadows of their fears had been confronted, but the journey through the Veil of Shadows was far from over. They moved forward, ready to face whatever challenges lay ahead. Their journey through the veil had been a test of their strength and determination, but it was only the beginning. The path ahead was filled with unknowns, but they were ready to face whatever came next. With each step, they moved closer to their ultimate goal, their resolve unshaken and their spirits high. The battle against the Dark Mage had been a victory, but the true test of their strength and determination lay ahead. As they left the fortress and stepped back into the changing landscape of the Veil, they knew that their journey was far from over. The path ahead was uncertain, but they faced it with hope and determination, ready for the trials that lay before them. The Veil of Shadows had been a trial, but it was also a promise of the challenges and adventures yet to come. With their victory over the Dark Mage, they looked forward to the future with a sense of hope and anticipation. Chapter 15, Power of Friendship. The victorious glow from their recent battle still lingered in the dark corridors of the Veil of Shadows fortress. Naruto, Frieren, and Lysandra stood together in the aftermath of the fight, their faces illuminated by the faint, flickering light from the remnants of the Dark Mage's spells. "Is everyone okay?" Naruto asked, his eyes scanning the faces of his companions for any signs of injury. Frieren nodded, her eyes tired but resolute. "We're all fine, though we're exhausted. The battle was harder than I anticipated." Lysandra sheathed her sword, her expression serious but calm. "We've faced the Dark Mage and emerged victorious, but there is more to do. This was only the beginning." They moved slowly through the corridors, the oppressive weight of the dark magic they had fought against now replaced with a heavy silence. The echoes of their footsteps were the only sounds breaking the stillness. As they walked, Frieren glanced around the fortress, her eyes reflecting a mixture of relief and contemplation. The Dark Mage's defeat is a significant victory, but it's important to understand that the darkness in this world is far from vanquished. There are still many forces at work here. Naruto looked around, his gaze taking in the strange artifacts and tomes that lined the walls. What comes next? What do we do now that the dark mage is gone? Frieren's eyes met his with a thoughtful expression. We must seek out the remaining sources of darkness in this realm. The Veil of Shadows is a place of great power, and it is bound to hold more secrets and threats. Lysandra stepped forward, her eyes filled with determination. We should find the remnants of the Dark Mage's influence and deal with them. We cannot afford to leave any stone unturned. Frieren nodded in agreement. Yes, we need to purify the remaining dark energy and ensure that the balance of this world is restored. We must begin by exploring the deeper parts of the fortress and uncovering any hidden dangers. They continued through the fortress, moving cautiously as they searched for any remaining traces of dark magic. The corridors were filled with ancient relics and arcane symbols, remnants of the dark mage's power that had been scattered throughout the fortress. After hours of searching, they came upon a large chamber filled with dark artifacts and forbidden tomes. The room was dominated by a massive, obsidian altar at its center, and dark energy pulsed from the surface of the altar, casting ominous shadows on the walls. This must be the source of the dark magic that still lingers here, Frieren said, her eyes narrowing as she studied the altar. We need to perform a ritual to cleanse the darkness from this place. Naruto stepped forward, his expression determined. What do we need to do for the ritual? Frieren took a deep breath, her staff glowing with a soft, blue light as she prepared for the ritual. We will need to channel the pure light of our magic to counteract the dark energy of the altar. It will be a challenging task, but it is necessary to restore balance. Lysandra nodded, drawing her sword and holding it up. I'll help. Let's do this. They formed a circle around the altar, their combined energies focusing on the task at hand. Frieren began to chant in an ancient language, her voice steady and strong as she invoked the power of light to cleanse the darkness. As she chanted, Naruto and Lysandra concentrated on their own magical energies, their powers flowing into the ritual. The dark energy from the altar resisted their efforts, swirling and writhing as it fought against the forces of light. We have to keep pushing forward, Frieren urged, her voice filled with determination. The darkness is strong, but we must not falter. They continued the ritual, their combined efforts creating a radiant light that began to push back the dark energy. The room was filled with a blinding flash of light as the forces of darkness were slowly driven away. As the light intensified, the dark energy around the altar began to dissipate. The shadows that had filled the room started to recede, and the oppressive weight of the dark magic began to lift. The ritual took hours, but finally, the dark energy was cleansed from the altar. The room was filled with a serene, calming light as the darkness was banished. We did it, Naruto said, his voice filled with relief as the last traces of dark energy faded away. The altar is purified. Frieren looked around the chamber, her expression one of quiet satisfaction. The cleansing of this place is complete, but there is still much work to be done. We must continue our quest to restore balance to this world. Lysandra sheathed her sword, her eyes filled with resolve. We have accomplished a great deal, but there is more ahead of us. We must stay focused and continue our mission. They left the chamber and began to explore the deeper parts of the fortress. The air was lighter now, and the oppressive darkness that had once filled the corridors was gone. The shadows of the fortress seemed to have lifted, revealing a new, brighter path. As they walked, they discussed their next steps and the challenges that lay ahead. The journey through the Veil of Shadows had been fraught with danger, but it had also forged a deep bond between them. I'm glad we have each other, Naruto said, his voice filled with gratitude. We couldn't have done this alone. Frieren smiled, her eyes reflecting the warmth of their friendship. Indeed. Our strength comes from our unity. Together, we are stronger than we could ever be apart. Lysandra nodded, her expression one of quiet pride. We have faced great challenges and emerged victorious. But there is more to be done, and we will face it together. Their journey continued through the fortress, their path illuminated by the light of their victory and the hope of the future. They knew that the challenges ahead would be great, but they were ready to face them with the strength of their friendship. As they ventured deeper into the Vale, they encountered new obstacles and dangers, but their resolve remained unshaken. The bond they had forged through their trials was a source of strength and hope as they moved forward. The path through the Vale of Shadows was filled with unknowns, but they faced it with courage and determination. The darkness they had faced had been a test, but it was also a promise of the adventures yet to come. With each step, they grew closer as friends and allies, their shared experiences shaping their journey. The trials they had faced had made them stronger, and they looked forward to the future with hope and anticipation. Their quest was far from over, but they knew that they had the strength and resolve to face whatever challenges lay ahead. The power of their friendship was a guiding light on their path, a beacon in the darkness of the Vale. As they walked together, they shared stories of their past and dreams for the future. The conversations were filled with laughter and reflection, a testament to the bond they had formed through their journey. Their adventure through the Vale of Shadows had been a journey of growth and discovery, and they looked forward to the new challenges and opportunities that awaited them. The future was uncertain, but they faced it with a sense of hope and determination. With the Dark Mage defeated and the darkness of the Vale cleansed, they moved forward into the unknown, ready for the next chapter of their journey. Chapter 16, Heart of the Storm. As the sun began to rise over the horizon, casting golden hues across the landscape of the Vale of Shadows, Naruto, Frieren, and Lysandra prepared for their next challenge. The storm that had been brewing in the distance had grown fiercer, its dark clouds swirling ominously as if the very sky itself was in turmoil. "Looks like we're in for quite a fight," Naruto said, his eyes narrowing as he observed the storm. The wind howled around them, carrying with it the scent of rain and the promise of danger. Frieren adjusted her staff, her expression a mixture of concern and determination. "This storm is no ordinary one. It's a manifestation of the chaos that still exists in this world. We will need to be cautious." Lysandra, her armor reflecting the light of the rising sun, tightened her grip on her sword. "Let's not waste any time. The storm won't wait for us." With that, they set out towards the heart of the storm's intensity growing with each step they took. The winds whipped around them, and the sky above was filled with dark, roiling clouds that crackled with occasional bursts of lightning. The path they followed was rugged and treacherous, a winding trail that led them through jagged rocks and turbulent terrain. As they advanced, the storm grew fiercer, the winds howling louder and the lightning striking closer. "This storm is incredibly powerful," Naruto shouted over the roar of the wind. "How are we supposed to get through this?" Frieren raised her staff, her eyes glowing with magical energy. "We will have to rely on our combined strength and work together. The storm is a test of our resolve and our ability to face adversity." As they continued forward, the storm unleashed its fury upon them. Torrential rain pelted them, and the wind threatened to throw them off balance. Lightning flashed across the sky, illuminating the dark clouds and casting eerie shadows across the landscape. Despite the storm's ferocity, the trio pressed on, their determination unyielding. The path ahead was filled with obstacles, and the storm seemed to intensify with each step they took. The storm's heart was a massive vortex of swirling darkness, a swirling maelstrom of wind and energy that seemed to draw in everything around it. As they approached, the storm's power became almost tangible, a crushing force that pushed against them. "This is where we need to be," Frieren said, her voice steady despite the storm's intensity. "We must confront the source of this chaos and restore balance." They stepped into the heart of the storm, their bodies buffeted by the fierce winds and their vision obscured by the torrential rain. The storm's energy crackled around them, and the air was filled with the roar of the tempest. In the center of the storm was a towering figure cloaked in shadows, their presence radiating an overwhelming aura of darkness. The figure was the Storm Warden, a being of immense power that had been created from the chaos of the Veil of Shadows. "So, you have come to face me," the Storm Warden said, their voice a deep, resonant thunder that seemed to shake the very air. "Do you think you can overcome the storm's fury?" Naruto stepped forward, his eyes blazing with determination. "We've faced many challenges, and we're not going to back down now. We're here to bring balance back to this world." The Storm Warden's eyes glowed with dark energy as they raised their hand, summoning a powerful storm of lightning and wind. The storm's fury intensified, the winds howling and the lightning crackling through the air. The battle began with a sudden burst of energy, the Storm Warden unleashing a torrent of lightning that crackled towards the trio. Naruto dodged the bolts, his reflexes sharp as he weaved through the storm's onslaught. Lysandra charged forward, her sword glowing with a bright, radiant light as she swung at the Storm Warden. The clash of her blade against the Warden's dark energy sent shockwaves through the storm, the force of the impact creating a massive burst of light. Frieren chanted an incantation, her staff glowing with powerful magic as she cast a barrier to shield her allies from the Warden's attacks. The barrier shimmered with a soft, protective light, deflecting the storm's fury and allowing them to regroup. "The Storm Warden is a formidable opponent," Frieren said, her voice steady as she focused on her spell. "We will need to use all our strength to defeat them." Naruto nodded, his eyes focused on the Warden as he prepared for the next assault. "Let's keep pushing forward. We have to find a way to break through their defenses." The battle continued, a fierce struggle between light and darkness as the trio fought against the Storm Warden's overwhelming power. The storm raged around them, the winds howling and the lightning flashing in an ever-increasing tempest. Naruto launched a series of kunai, his attacks swift and precise as he aimed for the Warden's vulnerabilities. The kunai struck true, but the Warden's dark energy absorbed the blows, their defenses seemingly impenetrable. Lysandra moved in close, her sword a blur of motion as she struck at the Warden with powerful, relentless attacks. Each swing of her sword was met with a storm of dark energy, the clash of their forces creating a dazzling display of light and darkness. Frieren continued to cast spells, her magic weaving through the storm as she sought to weaken the Warden's defenses. Her incantations resonated with the power of the storm, creating bursts of light that countered the darkness. Despite their best efforts, the Storm Warden's power seemed endless. Their dark energy surging through the storm as they fought back against the trio's attacks. The battle was a test of endurance and resolve, a struggle against an enemy that seemed almost invincible. The storm's fury grew more intense, the winds howling and the lightning flashing with greater force. The trio fought against the storm's relentless onslaught, their strength and determination their only allies in the fight. As the battle raged on, Naruto and his companions began to understand the true nature of the Storm Warden's power. The storm was a reflection of the chaos within the Warden, a manifestation of the darkness that had been unleashed upon the world. "We have to break through the Warden's defenses," Naruto shouted, his voice barely audible over the roar of the storm. "We need to find their weakness." Frieren nodded, her eyes focused on the Warden as she chanted a powerful spell. "We must combine our strengths to overcome this storm. Our friendship and resolve are our greatest weapons." Lysandra stepped forward, her sword raised high as she prepared for a decisive attack. "Let's finish this. We've come too far to back down now." With renewed determination, they launched a coordinated assault against the Storm Warden. Naruto's kunai flew through the storm, striking at the Warden's dark energy. Lysandra's sword cleaved through the darkness, and Frieren's magic wove a barrier of light that pushed back the storm's fury. The Warden's dark energy crackled and roared, their form shifting and writhing as they fought against the combined might of the trio. The storm's intensity reached its peak, a violent tempest of wind, rain, and lightning that threatened to engulf them. But through their combined efforts, they began to break through the Warden's defenses. The storm's fury was met with the power of their friendship, a light that pierced through the darkness and shattered the Warden's hold over the chaos. With a final, powerful surge of energy, they struck at the heart of the storm. The warden's dark form was torn apart by the force of their attack, and the storm's fury began to subside. As the warden fell, the storm's intensity lessened, the winds dying down and the lightning fading into the distance. The sky cleared, revealing the first light of dawn as the storm's hold over the land was broken. Breathing heavily, Naruto, Frieren, and Lysandra stood victorious amidst the remnants of the storm. The air was filled with a sense of relief and accomplishment, a testament to their strength and resolve. "We did it," Naruto said, his voice filled with exhaustion and satisfaction. "The storm is over." Frieren nodded, her eyes reflecting the calm that had returned to the world. "The storm warden is defeated, and the chaos they wrought has been quelled. We have taken another step towards restoring balance." Lysandra sheathed her sword, her expression a mix of pride and weariness. "We faced a great challenge and overcame it. But there are still more trials ahead of us." They stood together in the quiet aftermath of the storm, their thoughts focused on the future and the journey that lay ahead. The battle against the Storm Warden had been a significant victory, but their quest was far from over. As they prepared to leave the storm's remnants behind, they knew that their journey through the Veil of Shadows was not yet complete. There were still more challenges to face and more darkness to confront. The path ahead was uncertain, but they faced it with hope and determination, ready for the adventures and trials that awaited them. Their friendship was their greatest strength, a guiding light on their journey through the Veil of Shadows. With the storm behind them and the promise of new challenges ahead, they moved forward into the unknown, their spirits high and their resolve unshaken. The heart of the storm had been conquered, but the true test of their journey was yet to come. Chapter 17, The Cost of Victory. The dawn's light filtered through the broken remnants of the Veil of Shadows, casting soft, golden hues across the battlefield where the final confrontation had taken place. The storm had finally dissipated, leaving behind a landscape scarred by the tempest's fury. The once turbulent sky had now calmed to a serene, pale blue, a stark contrast to the chaos of the previous night. Naruto lay on the ground, his body bruised and battered from the fierce battle with the Storm Warden. His breathing was shallow, and his eyes were closed as he tried to regain his strength. Beside him, Frieren was kneeling, her face a mask of concern and fatigue. Lysandra stood a few steps away, her gaze scanning the surroundings for any lingering threats. "Is he going to be all right?" Lysandra asked, her voice filled with anxiety as she looked at Naruto's injured form. Frieren placed a gentle hand on Naruto's shoulder, her magic weaving a soft, healing light over his wounds. "He's gravely injured, but he is strong. We must do everything we can to help him recover." The battle had been fierce, the clash of powers between them and the Storm Warden leaving a heavy toll. The once vibrant landscape was now a broken and desolate wasteland, a somber reminder of the cost of their victory. As Frieren chanted a healing spell, the ambient magic in the air began to shift, a soothing energy flowing into Naruto's battered body. The wounds on his skin began to close, though the deep exhaustion remained etched into his features. Lysandra took a deep breath, her eyes drifting over the scene of devastation. "We've defeated the Storm Warden, but it came at a high price. We must prepare for what comes next." Frieren nodded, her expression solemn as she finished the spell. "Yes, the victory was hard-won, and the journey is far from over. We must continue to work towards restoring balance to this world." As the healing light faded, Naruto slowly opened his eyes, wincing at the pain but grateful for the comfort Frieren's magic provided. "How bad is it?" he asked, his voice weak but resolute. "You're hurt, but you will recover," Frieren said softly. "You pushed yourself to the limit in that battle. Rest now, and we will take care of the rest." Naruto managed a faint smile despite his pain. "We did it. The Storm Warden is gone. That's what matters." Frieren looked at him with a gentle, yet worried gaze. "It's true that we've achieved a great victory, but the cost was significant. We must make sure you're fully healed before we proceed. As they rested amidst the ruins, the silence was occasionally broken by the sounds of distant wind and the gentle rustling of leaves. The aftermath of the storm was a stark reminder of the destructive power they had faced and the sacrifices they had made. "You should have seen it," Naruto said, his voice barely above a whisper. "The way we fought together. It was incredible. I never imagined that we'd be able to overcome such a force." Lysandra walked over and sat down beside him, her eyes reflecting a mixture of pride and sorrow. "We were strong together, and that strength will guide us through the challenges to come. But it's important to acknowledge the cost of our actions." Frieren looked up at the clear sky, her expression thoughtful. "Every battle we fight comes with a price. We must carry the weight of our choices and remember the sacrifices made in the pursuit of our goals." The weight of their victory was heavy, a burden of both accomplishment and grief. The trio sat in quiet contemplation, each lost in their own thoughts as they reflected on the trials they had faced and the road ahead. Eventually, Naruto sat up, the pain in his body still present but more manageable. "We can't stay here forever. There's still work to be done, and we need to move forward." Frieren helped him to his feet, her eyes steady and filled with determination. "You're right. The Veil of Shadows is still in need of healing, and our mission is not complete." Lysandra stood as well, her sword sheathed at her side but her stance ready for action. "We should continue our journey and seek out any remaining threats. The balance of this world is still fragile." They began to make their way through the desolate landscape, the remnants of their battle casting long shadows across the broken ground. The path before them was uncertain, filled with the echoes of their past struggles and the promise of future challenges. As they walked, the conversation turned to their next steps, their voices a blend of hope and resolve. "We should seek out the places most affected by the Storm Warden's chaos," Frieren suggested. "There may be lingering sources of darkness that need to be addressed." Naruto nodded, his eyes scanning the horizon for signs of their next destination. "That sounds like a plan. We need to restore balance to this world, and that means finding and fixing the damage left behind." Lysandra glanced around at the damaged landscape. "There are likely many places still in need of our help. We should start by gathering information and assessing the situation in each area." As they traveled, they came across a small village on the outskirts of the ruined lands. The village was in disarray, the people visibly shaken by the recent events. The once lively streets were now quiet, a somber mood hanging over the community. "We should offer our assistance," Frieren said as they approached the village. "These people have suffered from the Storm Warden's chaos, and we can help them recover." They were greeted by the village elder, an elderly man with a kind face and weary eyes. "Welcome," the elder said, his voice trembling slightly. "We are grateful for your presence. The storm has left us in a dire state." Naruto stepped forward, offering a reassuring smile despite his exhaustion. "We're here to help. What can we do for you?" The elder looked at them with a mixture of hope and apprehension. "Our crops have been destroyed, and many of our homes are damaged. We need help rebuilding and recovering from the storm's effects." Frieren nodded, her staff glowing with a soft light as she prepared to use her magic to aid the villagers. "We will assist you in any way we can. Together, we can start the process of healing and rebuilding." They worked alongside the villagers, using their abilities to mend homes, restore crops, and provide support where it was needed most. The task was laborious, but it was a small way to repay the debt owed for their victory. As they worked, the village began to come back to life. The once quiet streets were filled with the sounds of activity, and the atmosphere shifted from one of despair to one of cautious optimism. Naruto and Lysandra helped repair homes, their hands working together to mend the damage caused by the storm. Frieren used her magic to rejuvenate the land, her spells bringing new life to the crops and healing the scars left by the chaos. The days spent in the village were filled with hard work and reflection. They continued to talk about their journey, sharing stories and thoughts about the future. The bond between them grew stronger as they worked side by side, their friendship deepening through their shared experiences. One evening, as they sat around a campfire, the village elder approached them with a thoughtful expression. "You have done so much for us, and we are eternally grateful. Is there anything we can do for you in return?" Naruto looked at the elder, his eyes reflecting the sincerity of his gratitude. "We're just doing what we can to help. We don't need anything in return." The elder nodded, a gentle smile on his face. "Your kindness and courage have made a difference. We will remember you and your deeds with great respect." As the days passed, the village began to recover from the storm's devastation. The crops began to grow, the homes were rebuilt, and the people found a renewed sense of hope. The healing they had brought to the land was a testament to their efforts and their commitment to their mission. When it was time to leave, the villagers gathered to say their farewells. They thanked Naruto, Frieren, and Lysandra for their help and wished them well on their journey. "Thank you for everything," the elder said, his eyes filled with gratitude. "You have brought hope to us in our darkest hour." Naruto smiled, his heart warmed by the villagers' kindness. "It was an honor to help. We wish you all the best as you continue to rebuild." With that, they set out once more, leaving the village behind as they continued their journey through the Vale of Shadows. The road ahead was still uncertain. But they faced it with renewed hope and determination. As they walked, they spoke of their plans and the challenges that lay ahead. Their conversation was filled with a sense of purpose, their spirits lifted by the knowledge that they were making a difference in the world. The journey through the Vale of Shadows was far from over, but they knew that they had the strength and resolve to face whatever challenges lay ahead. The cost of their victory was heavy, but it was a price they were willing to pay for the sake of the world and the future they sought to build. Their adventure continued, each step bringing them closer to their goal and forging their path through the darkness. They moved forward with hope in their hearts and the strength of their friendship guiding them on their way. Chapter 18, Healing Wounds. The road stretched out before them, winding through the lush forests and rolling hills of the Vale of Shadows. The soft hum of nature filled the air, a serene backdrop to the quiet resolve of the three travelers. The days of rebuilding in the village had given them time to reflect, to heal, and to renew their purpose. They now set out on a new leg of their journey, their steps guided by the promise of hope and the shadows of the past. Naruto walked alongside Frieren and Lysandra, his pace steady despite the lingering fatigue from the recent battle. His injuries had healed under Frieren's careful magic, but the emotional and spiritual toll of their fight against the Storm Warden still weighed heavily on him. The quiet, almost peaceful environment of the Vale of Shadows was a stark contrast to the chaos of their last confrontation, and he found solace in the calm. "It's strange," Naruto said, breaking the silence. "After such a big battle, things feel almost too peaceful now." Frieren looked up at the canopy of trees overhead, the sunlight filtering through the leaves in soft, dappled patterns. "Peace after a great conflict is often a time for reflection. We must use this time wisely to prepare for what lies ahead." Lysandra, who had been walking in thoughtful silence, nodded in agreement. "It's also a time for us to heal, both physically and mentally. We've been through a lot, and this moment of calm is a chance to recover." Naruto glanced at her, a hint of a smile on his lips. "You're right. It's good to have a break from all the fighting and strategizing." The journey through the Vale of Shadows took them through varied landscapes, from dense, ancient forests to serene lakes and expansive meadows. The beauty of the natural world around them was a stark contrast to the devastation they had witnessed, and it offered them a brief respite from their arduous quest. One afternoon, as they walked beside a gently flowing river, Frieren decided it was time to share something she had been keeping to herself. "There is something I need to talk about," she said, her voice steady but tinged with hesitation. "It's about the origins of the Vale of Shadows and the Storm Warden's role in it." Naruto and Lysandra turned to her, their curiosity piqued. The Veil of Shadows, Frieren began, was created long ago as a barrier between the human world and the realms of darkness. It was meant to protect our world from the forces of chaos and evil. The Storm Warden was one of the first beings to be imprisoned here, a powerful force of destruction that threatened to unravel the balance of the world. Naruto's eyes widened. So, the Storm Warden wasn't just a random enemy? He was part of a bigger scheme? Frieren nodded. Yes. The Storm Warden was a guardian of the darkness, a being of immense power who was banished here to keep him from spreading his influence. The veil was meant to hold him, but over time, the magic that sustained it weakened. The recent storm was his attempt to break free. Lyssandra's brow furrowed as she processed this information. So our battle was not just a fight against a powerful foe, but a struggle to protect the balance of our world from a much greater threat. Exactly, Frieren said. And while we have succeeded in stopping the Storm Warden, there are still threats out there, and there are still parts of the veil that need to be repaired. Our journey is far from over. Naruto nodded, a sense of renewed determination settling in. Then we need to keep moving and do what we can to restore the balance. As they continued their journey, the conversation turned to their personal experiences and struggles. The peaceful surroundings seemed to invite introspection, and the trio shared stories from their pasts, finding comfort in each other's company. I used to think that being a ninja meant just fighting and protecting, Naruto said. But these experiences have shown me that there's so much more to it. It's about understanding the world and the people in it. Frieren glanced at him, her eyes reflecting a depth of wisdom and sorrow. You have learned much, and there is still more to discover. The path of a hero is not just about battle, but about finding meaning and purpose in the choices we make. Lysandra added, we each have our own journeys and battles, but we can find strength in the connections we form along the way. As the days went by, the trio continued to heal and grow closer. Their bond deepened through shared experiences and mutual support. They found solace in their companionship and strength in their unity. One evening, as the sun set over the horizon, they reached the edge of a vast, tranquil lake. The water was calm and clear, reflecting the colors of the sunset in a breathtaking display of beauty. This place is beautiful, Naruto said, his eyes taking in the serene landscape. It's a nice place to rest and reflect. Frieren smiled faintly. It is a place of peace and contemplation. Let us take this opportunity to rest and gather our thoughts. They set up camp by the lake, the soft sound of the water lapping against the shore providing a soothing backdrop to their evening. As they sat around the campfire, the conversation turned to their plans for the future. We need to find the remaining sources of darkness in the veil, Frieren said. There are likely many places that have been affected by the Storm Warden's influence. We must seek out these areas and work to restore balance. Naruto nodded, a sense of purpose in his eyes. We will find these places and help where we can. It's our responsibility to ensure that the damage is repaired and that the world remains safe. Lysandra added, we should also seek out allies who can assist us in our mission. There are others who care about the balance of the world, and we can strengthen our efforts by working together. As they talked, the sky darkened and the stars began to appear, their twinkling light a reminder of the vastness of the universe and the endless possibilities that lay ahead. The night was filled with stories and laughter, the warmth of the campfire contrasting with the chill of the evening air. It was a time of rest and renewal, a chance for them to recharge before they resumed their journey. As the night wore on, Frieren took a moment to reflect on her own past, her thoughts drifting back to the long years she had lived and the many battles she had fought. She had seen the rise and fall of many heroes, and she wondered what the future held for her and her companions. Naruto noticed her thoughtful expression and asked, "What's on your mind, Frieren?" She looked at him, her eyes filled with a mix of nostalgia and hope. "I was thinking about the long road I have traveled and the many lives I have seen come and go. I wonder what will come of us, and what legacy we will leave behind." Naruto placed a reassuring hand on her shoulder. We can't predict the future, but we can make a difference in the present. What we do now will shape the future, and we have the power to create something good. Frieren smiled at his words, finding comfort in his optimism. You are right. We have the power to make a difference, and we should use it to the best of our abilities. With renewed resolve, they turned their thoughts to the journey ahead. The road was long and filled with challenges, but they faced it with courage and hope. Their bond was a source of strength, and their shared purpose guided them forward. As the first light of dawn broke over the horizon, they prepared to continue their journey. The lake, with its tranquil beauty, was a reminder of the peace they sought to protect, and the memories of their time there would serve as a source of inspiration. They set out along the path that led deeper into the Vale of Shadows, their hearts full of hope and their spirits lifted by the strength of their friendship. The challenges they had faced had forged their bond, and together they would face whatever lay ahead. Their journey continued, a testament to their courage and determination. Each step they took brought them closer to their goal, and each challenge they overcame strengthened their resolve. As they walked, they talked about their hopes for the future, their dreams for a world free from darkness and chaos. They envisioned a future where the balance was restored, where peace reigned, and where the bonds of friendship and unity remained strong. The road ahead was still fraught with danger, but they faced it with a sense of purpose and a commitment to their mission. The echoes of their past struggles guided them, and the promise of a better future inspired them. Their adventure was far from over, and the journey they had embarked upon was one of great significance. The trials they faced and the victories they achieved were part of a larger story, a story of hope and courage, of friendship and sacrifice. As they walked through the Vale of Shadows, they knew that their path was not an easy one, but they were determined to see it through. Their hearts were filled with hope, and their spirits were strengthened by the bonds they had formed. And so they continued, their journey stretching out before them, a testament to their bravery and their commitment to their mission. They faced the future with hope and determination, ready to confront the challenges that lay ahead and to build a brighter future for the world they sought to protect. Chapter 19, A New Purpose. The dawn light filtered through the trees as the trio set out once more from their peaceful lakeside camp. The journey through the Vale of Shadows had been a time of healing, and now they were ready to face new challenges. The weight of their recent battles was still fresh, but their spirits were buoyed by the hope of new beginnings and the promise of making a difference in the world. Naruto walked at the front of the group, his eyes scanning the path ahead. The landscape had changed from the serene lake to a more rugged terrain, with rocky outcrops and winding trails that seemed to lead into the heart of the unknown. The air was crisp, and the scent of pine and earth filled his senses. He felt a renewed sense of purpose as he moved forward, eager to continue their mission. Frieren walked beside him, her steps measured and calm. She had been deep in thought since the morning, her usual composure giving way to a contemplative silence. Lysandra followed behind, her eyes darting around as she observed the changing environment, ready for any potential dangers. Where exactly are we headed? Lysandra asked, breaking the silence. We've been traveling for days, but I'm not entirely sure where we're going. Frieren looked over at her, her eyes reflecting the weight of their mission. We are heading towards the Tower of Twilight, a place that holds knowledge about the ancient magic of the Vale of Shadows. It's said to be one of the last remaining bastions of old wisdom, and it may hold the answers we need to restore balance to the world. Naruto's eyes lit up with interest. The Tower of Twilight? I've heard legends about it, but I never thought we'd actually go there. Frieren nodded. It's a place of great power and knowledge, but it is also dangerous. We must be prepared for the challenges that await us. As they walked, the path grew steeper and more treacherous. The terrain became uneven, with loose rocks and narrow passages that required careful navigation. The forest around them seemed to close in, the trees casting long shadows that added to the sense of mystery and anticipation. The journey was slow but steady, with the trio taking breaks to rest and regroup. Each break was an opportunity for them to share stories and discuss their hopes for the future. Their conversations were filled with a mix of optimism and caution, as they prepared for the trials that lay ahead. By the time the sun began to set, they had reached a small clearing that overlooked a vast valley. In the distance, the silhouette of the Tower of Twilight loomed against the twilight sky, its ancient spires reaching towards the heavens. "There it is," Frieren said, her voice filled with a mix of awe and determination. "The Tower of Twilight. We will reach it by dawn if we continue at this pace." Naruto looked up at the tower, his eyes filled with wonder. "It's even more impressive than I imagined. I can't wait to see what's inside." Lysandra stood beside him, her eyes narrowing as she observed the tower. "It looks imposing, but I'm sure we can handle whatever challenges it presents." They set up camp for the night, their anticipation for the coming day mingled with the calm of the evening. As they sat around the fire, they talked about what they hoped to find in the tower and the knowledge they sought. "What kind of magic do you think we'll find in the Tower of Twilight?" Naruto asked, looking at Frieren. Frieren pondered the question before answering. "The tower is a repository of ancient knowledge, and it holds many secrets. We may find information about the origins of the Veil of Shadows, the nature of the Storm Warden's power, and perhaps even clues about how to prevent future threats." Lysandra nodded thoughtfully. "I'm hoping we'll find something that can help us understand the balance of the world and how we can maintain it." They spent the evening in quiet contemplation, each of them focused on their own thoughts and preparations for the journey ahead. The stars above were bright and clear, a beautiful sight that offered a moment of peace before the trials to come. As they lay down to sleep, the anticipation for the next day's adventure was palpable. The Tower of Twilight was a place of legend, and their journey to it was a testament to their bravery and determination. The next morning arrived with a chill in the air and a sense of excitement in their hearts. They packed up their camp and began the final leg of their journey to the Tower of Twilight. The path was steep and demanding, but they pressed on with unwavering resolve. The closer they got to the tower, the more they could see the intricacies of its design. The ancient stones were covered in moss and vines, and the structure seemed to blend seamlessly with the natural landscape. It was clear that the tower had stood for centuries, a silent guardian of the knowledge it held. As they approached the entrance, they were met with an imposing door carved with intricate runes and symbols. The craftsmanship was exquisite, the runes glowing faintly with a mystical light. "This is it," Frieren said, her voice filled with reverence. "The entrance to the Tower of Twilight." Naruto reached out to touch the runes, feeling a faint pulse of magic beneath his fingers. "Do you know how to open it?" Frieren nodded. "There is an ancient incantation that must be spoken to gain entry. I will perform the ritual." She stepped forward and began to chant in a language that was both beautiful and haunting. The runes on the door began to glow brighter, and the door slowly creaked open, revealing a dark corridor that led into the heart of the tower. The darkness within was thick and almost tangible, but Frieren's magic illuminated the way. They stepped inside, their footsteps echoing through the empty halls as they began their descent into the depths of the tower. The interior of the tower was filled with relics of the past, ancient tomes, forgotten artifacts, and the remnants of a bygone era. The air was heavy with the weight of history, and the atmosphere was both awe-inspiring and eerie. "This place is incredible," Naruto said, his eyes wide as he took in the surroundings. "It's like stepping back in time." Frieren led them down the corridor, her eyes scanning the walls for any signs of danger or clues to the tower's secrets. "We must be cautious. The tower is filled with traps and challenges meant to protect the knowledge within." Lysandra walked beside her, her eyes alert for any signs of danger. "We'll be ready for whatever comes our way." As they continued their exploration, they encountered various challenges, puzzles that required their combined skills to solve, traps that tested their reflexes, and illusions that challenged their perceptions. Each challenge brought them closer together, as they relied on each other's strengths to overcome the obstacles they faced. The deeper they went, the more they discovered about the tower's history. They found ancient texts that described the creation of the Veil of Shadows, the origins of the Storm Warden, and the magic that bound them all. The knowledge they gained was both enlightening and sobering, offering insights into the forces that shaped their world. At one point, they came across a chamber filled with scrolls and manuscripts, each containing fragments of the tower's vast knowledge. Frieren carefully examined the texts, searching for information that could help them in their mission. "This is it," she said, her eyes scanning the pages. "Here we find the records of the ancient magic that sustains the Veil of Shadows." Naruto looked over her shoulder, his curiosity piqued. "What does it say?" Frieren began to translate the text, her voice steady as she read aloud. "It speaks of the balance between light and darkness, the creation of the veil as a barrier to protect the world from the forces of chaos. It also describes the Storm Warden as a being of immense power, bound to the tower to prevent him from escaping." Lysandra listened intently, her mind absorbing the information. "This knowledge will help us understand the nature of our mission and the challenges we face." As they continued to study the texts, they came across a passage that described a ritual to strengthen the Veil of Shadows. It was a complex and intricate process, but it offered a potential solution to the threats they had encountered. "This ritual could be the key to restoring the balance," Frieren said, her eyes shining with hope. "If we can perform it, we may be able to reinforce the veil and prevent future threats." Naruto's eyes brightened with excitement. "Then we should start preparing for the ritual right away." Frieren nodded. "Yes, but we must first gather the necessary ingredients and artifacts. The ritual is powerful, and it requires specific items that we must find." They spent the next few days exploring the tower, searching for the items they needed and studying the texts for further guidance. Their efforts were met with a mix of success and challenges, as they navigated the complexities of the tower's magic and uncovered its hidden secrets. Throughout their time in the tower, they grew closer as a team. Their shared experiences and mutual support strengthened their bond, and they found comfort in each other's presence. On the final day of their exploration, they gathered the last of the necessary ingredients and prepared for the ritual. The chamber where they would perform the ritual was vast and awe-inspiring, with ancient symbols etched into the floor and a powerful aura of magic that filled the space. As they stood together in the chamber, they reflected on their journey and the trials they had overcome. Their path had been long and difficult, but it had brought them to this moment of opportunity. "This is it," Frieren said, her voice filled with determination. "Let us begin the ritual and restore the balance of the world." They performed the ritual with care and precision, their combined efforts creating a powerful surge of magic that flowed through the chamber. The Veil of Shadows shimmered with renewed strength, and the balance between light and darkness was restored. As the ritual came to a close, they felt a profound sense of accomplishment and hope. Their mission had been successful, and they had achieved something significant for the world. With the ritual complete, they took a moment to reflect on their journey and their future. They had faced incredible challenges and grown as individuals and as a team. Their bond was stronger than ever, and they were ready to face whatever the future held. "We did it," Naruto said, his voice filled with pride. "We've restored the balance." Frieren smiled, her eyes reflecting the light of their success. "Yes, we have. And our journey is far from over. There are still many adventures ahead of us." Lysandra looked at her friends, her heart filled with gratitude. "I'm glad to have been a part of this journey with both of you. Thank you for everything." They shared a moment of quiet reflection, their thoughts and emotions blending together as they looked forward to the future. The world was still full of challenges and mysteries, but they were ready to face them with courage and hope. As they left the Tower of Twilight and ventured into the world beyond, they knew that their adventure was far from over. They would continue to explore, to learn, and to grow. Their bond would guide them through the trials to come, and they would face the future together, with hope in their hearts and the echoes of eternity guiding their way. Chapter 20, Adventures Together. The sun had just begun to rise over the horizon, casting a warm golden light across the landscape. The world outside the Tower of Twilight was awakening, and the air was filled with the sounds of birds singing and the rustle of leaves in the gentle breeze. The trio, Naruto, Frieren, and Lysandra, stood at the edge of the forest, looking out at the path that lay before them. Their journey had taken them to new heights, but now it was time to embark on a new chapter of their adventure. Naruto stretched his arms above his head, his muscles rippling as he enjoyed the feeling of the sun's rays on his face. "All right, everyone. We've got a whole world out there waiting for us. What should we do first?" Frieren, her eyes scanning the map they had acquired from the tower, was deep in thought. "There are many places we could visit. We could explore the northern mountains, seek out ancient ruins in the southern desert, or investigate the mysteries of the eastern forests. What are you most interested in?" Lysandra, standing beside her, looked up at the sky thoughtfully. "I think we should start by heading towards the city of Arvium in the east. It's a center of knowledge and trade, and we might find new leads or allies there." Naruto nodded enthusiastically. "Sounds like a plan. Let's head to Arvium and see what adventures await us." With their destination set, the trio began their journey towards the eastern city. The path was varied and scenic, taking them through lush forests, rolling hills, and tranquil meadows. They traveled at a steady pace, taking the time to enjoy the beauty of their surroundings and reflect on their recent experiences. The journey was filled with moments of camaraderie and exploration. They spent their days hiking through the wilderness, and their nights around the campfire, sharing stories and dreams. Each day brought new sights and experiences, and their bond grew stronger with every step. One evening, as they sat around the campfire, they talked about their hopes for the future and the adventures they wanted to undertake. "I've always dreamed of traveling the world and discovering new places," Naruto said, his eyes gleaming with excitement. "There's so much out there to see and experience." Frieren looked at him, a small smile on her lips. "And what do you hope to find on your travels?" Naruto thought for a moment before answering. "I want to find my purpose. I want to make a difference in the world and find out what I'm truly meant to do." Lysandra nodded, her gaze thoughtful. "And for me, it's about learning and growing. I want to discover new knowledge and use it to help others." Frieren nodded in agreement. "Those are noble goals. We all have our own reasons for seeking adventure, and together we can achieve great things." As they continued their journey, they encountered a variety of challenges and opportunities. They faced wild creatures, navigated treacherous terrain, and uncovered hidden secrets. Each challenge tested their skills and deepened their connection as a team. One day, they came across a village that was being threatened by a group of bandits. The villagers were desperate for help, and the trio offered their assistance. "We'll help you," Naruto said, his voice firm. "We'll take care of these bandits and protect your village." The villagers were grateful, and with the trio's help, they were able to drive off the bandits and restore peace to the village. The villagers celebrated their victory with a feast, and the trio enjoyed a night of relaxation and celebration. During the feast, they had the opportunity to learn more about the region and its challenges. The villagers spoke of ancient legends and mysterious ruins, and the trio listened intently, gathering information for their future adventures. As the night wore on, the villagers gathered around the fire and shared tales of the past. They spoke of ancient heroes and forgotten battles, and the trio found inspiration in the stories. "Maybe we can find our own legends to become part of," Naruto said, his eyes shining with excitement. Frieren looked at him, a thoughtful expression on her face. "Every adventure has the potential to become a legend. It's up to us to create our own story." The next morning, they set out from the village, their spirits lifted by the success of their mission and the new knowledge they had gained. They continued their journey towards Arvium, eager to see what the city had to offer. As they approached the city, the sight of its grand architecture and bustling streets filled them with anticipation. Arvium was a hub of commerce and culture, and it was a place where they could find new opportunities and forge new connections. The city was alive with activity. Merchants called out their wares, travelers from distant lands mingled in the streets, and the air was filled with the sounds of laughter and conversation. The trio made their way through the crowded streets, taking in the sights and sounds of the vibrant city. Their first stop was the Grand Library of Arvium, a majestic building filled with books and scrolls from across the world. The library was a treasure trove of knowledge, and they hoped to find information that would guide them in their future endeavors. Inside the library, they were greeted by a kindly librarian who offered to help them find the information they needed. The librarian led them to a section of the library that contained ancient texts and historical records. "What are you looking for?" the librarian asked, his eyes twinkling with curiosity. "We're seeking knowledge about the Veil of Shadows and the Storm Warden," Frieren said. "We hope to find information that will help us understand the magic that binds our world." The librarian nodded, his expression thoughtful. "The Veil of Shadows is a complex and ancient topic. I will show you to the section of the library where you can find texts on that subject." He led them to a quiet corner of the library where rows of dusty books and scrolls were carefully arranged. The trio began to sift through the texts, searching for clues and information. As they worked, they uncovered details about the history of the Veil of Shadows, the origins of the Storm Warden, and the ancient magic that had shaped their world. The texts revealed new insights and deepened their understanding of the forces at play. "This information is invaluable," Frieren said, her eyes scanning the pages. "It will help us as we continue our journey." Naruto nodded, his excitement palpable. "We've learned so much already. I can't wait to see what else we discover." Lysandra looked at the texts, her eyes filled with curiosity. "There's so much to learn. We could spend weeks in this library." They spent several days at the Grand Library, immersing themselves in the study of ancient texts and gathering information for their future adventures. The knowledge they gained was both enlightening and humbling, and they felt a renewed sense of purpose as they prepared for the next stage of their journey. One evening, as they sat in the library, they discussed their plans for the future. "There's so much out there for us to explore," Lysandra said. "What do you think our next adventure should be?" Naruto leaned back in his chair, his eyes thoughtful. "I think we should explore the northern mountains. We've read about ancient ruins and hidden treasures in that region." Frieren nodded in agreement. The northern mountains are known for their ancient history and powerful magic. It would be a worthwhile adventure. With their new destination in mind, they prepared to leave Arvium and set out for the northern mountains. The city had been a place of learning and discovery, but now it was time for them to continue their journey and seek new challenges. Before they left, they visited the bustling marketplace of Arvium to gather supplies for their expedition. The marketplace was filled with colorful stalls and lively vendors, and the trio took the time to explore and stock up on the items they would need. As they walked through the marketplace, they encountered a merchant selling rare artifacts and enchanted items. "Welcome, travelers," the merchant said, his voice filled with excitement. "I have a collection of rare items from across the land. Would you like to see what I have for sale?" Naruto's eyes lit up as he looked at the artifacts. "What do you have?" The merchant displayed a variety of items, including enchanted weapons, mystical artifacts, and rare magical ingredients. The trio carefully examined the items, choosing those that would aid them in their upcoming adventure. They selected a few enchanted items and supplies for their journey, and the merchant wished them well on their expedition. With their preparations complete, they left Arvium and set out for the northern mountains. The journey took them through diverse landscapes, from verdant forests to rocky highlands. As they traveled, they faced new challenges and encountered interesting characters. They helped a group of lost travelers find their way, rescued a village from a dangerous creature, and explored ancient ruins that had been long forgotten. Each adventure brought them closer together and strengthened their bond as a team. They learned to rely on each other's strengths and support one another through difficult times. Their time in the northern mountains was filled with exploration and discovery. They ventured into hidden caverns, uncovered ancient secrets, and faced formidable foes. The mountains were a place of both beauty and danger, and their journey was marked by both triumphs and trials. One day, as they explored an ancient ruin, they uncovered a hidden chamber that contained a powerful artifact, a crystal that radiated a mysterious energy. "This must be one of the legendary artifacts from the Age of Heroes," Frieren said, examining the crystal. "It holds great power." Naruto looked at the crystal, his eyes filled with awe. "We should take it with us and learn more about it. It could be important for our future adventures." With the artifact in hand, they continued their exploration of the northern mountains. They faced new challenges, discovered new wonders, and grew as individuals and as a team. Their time in the mountains was a period of growth and reflection. They faced difficult trials, learned from their experiences, and deepened their understanding of the world around them. As they completed their exploration of the northern mountains, they felt a sense of accomplishment and satisfaction. They had achieved their goals and uncovered new mysteries. Their journey continued as they traveled through new lands and faced new adventures. Each day brought new opportunities and challenges, and they looked forward to the future with hope and excitement. Their bond as a team was stronger than ever, and they knew that their adventures were far from over. They were ready to face whatever the future held and continue their journey through the echoes of eternity. Chapter 21, Secrets Unveiled. The morning sun streamed through the windows of the small cottage where Naruto, Frieren, and Lysandra had decided to rest for a while. After their adventurous and fulfilling time in the northern mountains, they had made their way to a quaint village nestled at the base of the highlands. The village, known as Elmsford, was a peaceful place with friendly inhabitants and a serene atmosphere. Sitting around the breakfast table, they enjoyed a hearty meal prepared by the villagers. The food was simple but delicious, and the warmth of the meal matched the comfort they felt in their temporary home. "I'm glad we took some time to rest here," Naruto said, savoring the taste of fresh bread. "It's nice to have a break from all the intense adventures." Frieren nodded in agreement, her eyes reflecting a sense of calm. "Yes, it's good to have moments of peace amidst our travels. We've been through a lot, and this rest is well deserved." Lysandra smiled as she took a sip of her tea. "It's also given us time to reflect on our journey so far. We've uncovered many secrets and learned a great deal." As they ate, the conversation turned to the next steps in their adventure. They had been pondering over the information they had gathered from the northern mountains and the mysterious artifact they had discovered. "What do you think the crystal we found could be?" Lysandra asked, her eyes curious. "It seems to hold a significant power." Frieren looked thoughtful as she considered the question. "The crystal's energy is indeed powerful, but its exact nature remains unclear. We need to investigate it further to understand its purpose." Naruto nodded, eager to learn more. "Let's visit the local library and see if we can find any references to this artifact or similar objects." With their plan in mind, they finished their meal and made their way to the village's library. The library was a modest building, filled with shelves of books and scrolls. It was run by an elderly librarian who greeted them with a warm smile. "Welcome to the Elmsford Library," the librarian said. "How may I assist you today?" "We're looking for information about ancient artifacts, particularly ones with powerful magical properties," Frieren explained. "We've come across a crystal with unusual energy, and we're hoping to find some clues about it." The librarian's eyes widened slightly at the mention of the crystal. "You say you have a crystal? I might be able to help you. Follow me." He led them to a secluded corner of the library where rare and ancient texts were kept. The room was dimly lit, with only a few candles flickering on the tables. The air was filled with the scent of old parchment and ink. "I'll see what I can find," the librarian said, taking a seat at a large desk cluttered with old manuscripts. He began to search through the texts, his fingers gently brushing over the covers. As he worked, Naruto, Frieren, and Lysandra took the time to explore the library's collection. They examined old maps, read through faded scrolls, and looked for anything that might provide further information about the crystal. After some time, the librarian finally found a book that seemed to hold the information they needed. The book was bound in worn leather, and the cover was embossed with intricate symbols. "This is the Chronicles of Ancient Artifacts," the librarian said, presenting the book to them. "It contains records of powerful magical items from various eras. Perhaps you'll find what you're looking for within its pages." Frieren carefully opened the book, her eyes scanning the text. The pages were filled with detailed descriptions of ancient artifacts, their histories, and their powers. She flipped through the pages, searching for anything related to the crystal. After a few minutes of searching, she found a section dedicated to Crystals of Eternity. Her eyes widened as she began to read the descriptions. "This is it," Frieren said, her voice filled with excitement. The book describes crystals that were created during the Age of Heroes. These crystals were said to hold immense magical power and were used to protect the world from great threats. Naruto leaned in to look at the book. "Does it say anything about the specific powers of these crystals?" Frieren nodded, her eyes scanning the text. "Yes, it mentions that the crystals of eternity were imbued with various forms of magic, including the ability to manipulate time, alter reality, and even create barriers to protect against dark forces." Lysandra looked intrigued. "That sounds incredible. Do you think the crystal we found is one of these crystals of eternity?" Frieren continued reading, her expression growing more serious. "It's possible. The book describes a ritual used to harness the power of these crystals. And there are also references to a hidden temple where the crystals were kept." Naruto's eyes sparkled with excitement. "A hidden temple? That sounds like a new adventure for us." Frieren closed the book gently, her face reflecting a mix of anticipation and caution. "Yes, it seems that the next step in our journey is to find this temple and uncover the secrets it holds." The librarian, who had been observing their excitement, spoke up. "If you're planning to search for the hidden temple, you might need a guide. The location of the temple is not well known, and the journey can be treacherous." Naruto turned to the librarian, his expression determined. "Do you know anyone who might be able to guide us?" The librarian thought for a moment before nodding. "There is an old explorer who lives on the outskirts of the village. He has extensive knowledge of the surrounding lands and might be able to help you." "Thank you," Frieren said. "We'll go and see if he can assist us." With their new lead, the trio made their way to the outskirts of the village. The old explorer's home was a small, weathered cottage surrounded by maps, artifacts, and various pieces of equipment. They knocked on the door, and a grizzled old man with a long white beard answered. "Hello," the explorer said, his eyes sharp and inquisitive. "What brings you to my humble abode?" "We're seeking information about a hidden temple," Frieren began. "We have a crystal that we believe might be connected to the crystals of eternity, and we need help finding the temple where they were kept." The explorer's eyes widened at the mention of the crystals of eternity. "A crystal of eternity, you say? That's quite a rare find. I might be able to help you, but I'll need to know more about the crystal and the temple you seek." Naruto took out the crystal from his bag and held it up for the explorer to see. "This is the crystal we found. We've learned that it might be one of the crystals of eternity and that there's a hidden temple associated with it." The explorer examined the crystal closely, his eyes filled with a mixture of awe and curiosity. "This is indeed a remarkable artifact. The temple you seek is said to be located in the heart of the Forsaken Forest, a place known for its dangers and mysteries." Frieren nodded. "That aligns with what we read in the book. Can you guide us to the Forsaken Forest and help us navigate it? The explorer nodded in agreement. I can guide you, but you should be prepared for a challenging journey. The Forsaken Forest is filled with traps, illusions, and dark creatures. The trio exchanged determined glances. We're ready for whatever challenges come our way, Naruto said. The explorer led them out of the village and towards the edge of the Forsaken Forest. As they approached, the dense canopy of trees and the eerie silence of the forest created an atmosphere of foreboding. Once we enter the forest, we must stick together and be vigilant, the explorer advised. The forest can play tricks on your mind and lead you astray. With the explorer's guidance, they stepped into the forest, their senses heightened as they began their journey. The forest was dark and foreboding, with twisted trees and tangled undergrowth obscuring the path ahead. They traveled for hours, navigating through the maze-like terrain and overcoming obstacles along the way. The deeper they ventured into the forest, the more they could feel the presence of ancient magic and hidden dangers. As they continued, they encountered various challenges: treacherous terrain, deceptive illusions, and hostile creatures. Each challenge tested their skills and resolve, but they faced them with determination and teamwork. At one point, they came across a mysterious clearing where the air was filled with shimmering light. In the center of the clearing was a large stone pedestal with an ancient inscription. Frieren approached the pedestal and began to decipher the inscription. This inscription speaks of trials that must be overcome to reach the temple. It mentions tests of courage, wisdom, and strength. Naruto looked around the clearing, his eyes alert. What kind of trials are we talking about? Frieren continued reading. The trials will test our resolve and our abilities. We will need to face our fears, solve riddles, and demonstrate our strength. As they prepared for the trials, the forest seemed to come alive around them. The ground trembled, and the trees swayed as if guiding them towards their destiny. They approached the first trial, a dark labyrinth filled with twisting corridors and shifting walls. The labyrinth was designed to disorient and confuse, but they navigated it with careful observation and teamwork. The second trial was a riddle posed by an ancient guardian. The guardian challenged them with a question that required wisdom and insight to solve. They pondered the riddle and eventually found the answer through a combination of logic and intuition. The third trial was a test of strength, where they had to face a powerful magical beast. They fought the beast with skill and courage, their combined efforts overcoming the challenge. Having successfully completed the trials, they found themselves at the entrance of the hidden temple. The entrance was adorned with ancient symbols and surrounded by a mystical barrier. The explorer stepped forward, using an old incantation to dispel the barrier and reveal the temple's entrance. The massive doors of the temple creaked open, revealing a dark, vast interior filled with the echoes of ancient history. As they stepped inside, they were greeted by the sight of grand chambers, intricate carvings, and long-forgotten relics. The air was thick with the sense of ages past and the weight of forgotten knowledge. They explored the temple's chambers, uncovering secrets and discovering hidden passages. The temple was a labyrinth of ancient wonders and hidden dangers, each corner revealing new mysteries. In one chamber, they found a mural depicting the history of the crystals of eternity. The mural showed the creation of the crystals, their role in ancient battles, and the reasons for their concealment. The mural tells the story of the crystals of eternity, Frieren said, her eyes scanning the images. It reveals their origins and the power they once held. They continued their exploration, uncovering more about the ancient guardians of the temple and the rituals performed to protect the crystals. They discovered artifacts and scrolls that provided further insights into the history of the crystals and their role in the world. As they delved deeper into the temple, they began to piece together the puzzle of the crystals of eternity. They learned that the crystals were created by an ancient order to protect the world from an impending darkness. The more they uncovered, the clearer the connection between the crystals and the dark forces they had encountered on their journey became. The knowledge they gained gave them a greater understanding of their mission and the challenges they faced. After hours of exploration, they reached the inner sanctum of the temple. The sanctum was a grand chamber with a large, ornate altar at its center. The altar held a pedestal with a shimmering crystal of eternity resting upon it. "This must be one of the legendary crystals of eternity," Lysandra said, her eyes wide with wonder. "We've finally found it." Frieren approached the crystal, her expression a mix of reverence and curiosity. "This crystal holds great power. It is said that the crystals of eternity were used to seal away great threats and protect the world from evil." Naruto stepped forward, his eyes filled with determination. "We need to take this crystal and learn more about its powers. It might be crucial for the battles to come." They carefully retrieved the crystal from the pedestal, feeling the weight of its power and the responsibility that came with it. With the crystal in hand, they began to make their way out of the temple, their hearts filled with a sense of accomplishment and anticipation. As they left the temple, the forest seemed to respond to their success. The trees parted to reveal a clear path leading them back to the village of Elmsford. Back in the village, they gathered in the library once more to study the crystal and the knowledge they had gained from the temple. They worked late into the night, deciphering ancient texts and exploring the secrets of the crystal. Their efforts paid off as they uncovered new information about the crystal's powers and its role in the ancient rituals. They learned that the crystal could be used to strengthen their defenses and aid them in their quest to protect the world. Exhausted but exhilarated by their discoveries, they prepared for their next adventure. They knew that the journey ahead would be filled with new challenges and opportunities, but they were ready to face whatever came their way. As they looked out over the village, they felt a sense of hope and determination. Their bond as a team was stronger than ever, and they were ready to continue their journey through the echoes of eternity. Chapter 22, Sacrifice and Resolve. The moonlight filtered through the trees, casting a silvery glow over the quiet village of Elmsford. The night was calm, but there was a sense of unease that hung in the air. Naruto, Frieren, and Lysandra had spent the past few days preparing for their next move, and the weight of their recent discoveries was evident in their solemn expressions. Inside the small cottage where they were staying, they gathered around a table cluttered with maps, scrolls, and the crystal of eternity they had retrieved from the hidden temple. The flickering candlelight created dancing shadows on the walls, adding to the tension of the moment. "We've learned so much about the crystal and its potential," Frieren said, her eyes focused on the ancient texts before her. "But we also know that there are dark forces at work that seek to use this power for their own ends." Naruto leaned forward, his face set in a determined expression. "We need to be ready for whatever comes next. We've seen how dangerous the Dark Mage and his minions can be. We have to make sure we're prepared." Lysandra looked up from a map of the region, her brow furrowed in thought. "The Dark Mage's forces are gathering strength. We've received reports of increased activity in the northern territories. We should expect a major confrontation soon." Frieren nodded, her gaze shifting to the crystal of eternity. "The crystal's power can be a great asset, but we must use it wisely. It was created to protect the world from darkness, and now it's up to us to fulfill that purpose." Naruto placed a hand on the crystal, feeling its cool surface beneath his fingers. "We have to make sure we use this power for good. It's not just about fighting the Dark Mage, it's about protecting the people and ensuring that peace can be restored." They spent the rest of the night discussing their strategy and preparing for the challenges that lay ahead. They reviewed their knowledge of the Dark Mage's forces, analyzed the information they had gathered, and made plans for the upcoming battle. As dawn approached, they felt a sense of resolve and determination. They knew that their journey was far from over and that the trials they faced would be difficult. But they were ready to confront whatever lay ahead. The following morning, they set out from Elmsford, making their way towards the northern territories where the Dark Mage's forces were rumored to be gathering. The landscape changed as they traveled, from the peaceful fields around the village to the rugged terrain of the northern lands. As they journeyed through the region, they encountered signs of the Dark Mage's influence. Villages were abandoned, and the land seemed to be suffering under a shadow of despair. The once vibrant forests were now dark and twisted, and the air was thick with an oppressive energy. Despite the grim surroundings, they pressed on, driven by their mission and their hope for a brighter future. After several days of travel, they reached the outskirts of the Dark Mage's stronghold. The stronghold was a foreboding fortress perched atop a jagged cliff, surrounded by dark clouds and a sinister aura. The Dark Mage's forces were visible in the distance, their numbers growing as they prepared for the impending conflict. "We need to find a way into the stronghold," Frieren said, her eyes scanning the fortress. "We must be careful, the Dark Mage will be expecting us." They approached the stronghold under the cover of darkness, using the terrain to their advantage as they made their way towards the fortress's entrance. The path was treacherous, with steep cliffs and hidden traps that tested their skills and resolve. As they neared the entrance, they could see the Dark Mage's minions patrolling the area, their presence a constant reminder of the danger they faced. "We'll have to be stealthy," Lysandra suggested. "If we can avoid detection, we'll have a better chance of reaching the Dark Mage." They moved carefully through the shadows, evading the patrols and making their way closer to the heart of the stronghold. The Dark Mage's stronghold was filled with dark magic and treacherous traps, and they had to remain vigilant to avoid falling into the Dark Mage's schemes. Inside the stronghold, they navigated through dark corridors and vast chambers, searching for the Dark Mage's lair. The air was thick with dark energy, and the oppressive atmosphere weighed heavily on them. As they explored the stronghold, they encountered several formidable enemies. Each battle was a test of their strength and teamwork, but they fought with determination, knowing that the fate of the world rested on their shoulders. After a series of intense battles and close calls, they finally reached the Dark Mage's inner sanctum. The chamber was vast and ominous, filled with dark magic and a sense of foreboding. At the center of the chamber stood the Dark Mage, his presence exuding malevolent power. "So, you have come at last," the Dark Mage said, his voice echoing through the chamber. "I have been expecting you. Do you really think you can stand against me?" Naruto stepped forward, his eyes burning with determination. "We've come to stop you and protect the world from your darkness. We won't let you succeed in your plans." The Dark Mage laughed, a cold and sinister sound. "You are brave, but bravery alone will not save you. You are outnumbered and outmatched. Do you really believe you can defeat me?" Frieren raised her staff, her eyes fixed on the Dark Mage. "We have the power of the Crystal of Eternity on our side. We will not be deterred by your threats." The Dark Mage's eyes glowed with dark energy as he summoned his minions to the battlefield. The chamber erupted into chaos as the forces of darkness clashed with the heroes. Naruto, Frieren, and Lysandra fought valiantly, their combined efforts pushing back the Dark Mage's minions. The battle was fierce, with powerful spells and fierce combat testing their limits. Despite their efforts, the Dark Mage proved to be a formidable opponent. His dark magic was overwhelming, and he fought with a ruthlessness that matched his evil intentions. The battle raged on, and it became clear that they would need to use all of their strength and resolve to overcome the Dark Mage. As the fight continued, Naruto began to realize that they might not all make it through this battle. In the midst of the conflict, Frieren was struck by a powerful dark spell. She fell to the ground, injured but still conscious. Naruto and Lysandra fought to protect her, their hearts heavy with fear and worry. "Frieren!" Naruto shouted, desperately trying to fend off the Dark Mage's minions. "Hang in there. We need you." Frieren struggled to her feet, her expression a mix of pain and determination. "I'm fine. We have to keep fighting. We can't let the Dark Mage win." With renewed resolve, they redoubled their efforts, focusing on their goal of defeating the Dark Mage. The battle reached its climax as Naruto and the Dark Mage faced off in a fierce duel. The Dark Mage unleashed a torrent of dark magic, but Naruto stood his ground, using the power of the Crystal of Eternity to counter the dark attacks. The struggle between light and darkness was intense, and the outcome of the battle hung in the balance. As the battle continued, Naruto realized that victory would require a great sacrifice. The power of the crystal was immense, but it came with a heavy cost. In a moment of clarity, Naruto made a decision. He called upon the full power of the Crystal of Eternity, channeling its energy into a final, desperate attack. The attack was a blinding flash of light that overwhelmed the Dark Mage's defenses. The Dark Mage was thrown back, his dark magic faltering in the face of the crystal's pure energy. With a final, powerful strike, Naruto defeated the Dark Mage, ending the threat of darkness that had loomed over the world. The Dark Mage's forces were vanquished, and the stronghold began to collapse under the weight of the battle's aftermath. As the dust settled, Naruto, Frieren, and Lysandra stood amidst the wreckage of the stronghold. They had won the battle, but the victory had come at a great cost. Frieren was severely injured, and the strain of the battle had taken a toll on all of them. They were victorious, but the price of their success was evident in their weary expressions and the wounds they bore. "We did it," Lysandra said, her voice filled with exhaustion. "The Dark Mage is defeated." Naruto looked at Frieren, his heart heavy with concern. "But at what cost?" "We need to get you help, Frieren." Frieren managed a weak smile, her eyes filled with gratitude. "Thank you for fighting by my side. We have achieved our goal, but we must take care of each other." With the stronghold in ruins and their mission accomplished, they began their journey back to Elmsford. The path was treacherous, and they moved slowly, tending to their injuries and supporting each other as they made their way through the dark and dangerous terrain. As they approached the village, the first light of dawn broke through the clouds, casting a hopeful glow over the landscape. They reached the village just as the sun began to rise, their hearts filled with a mixture of relief and sadness. The villagers welcomed them back with open arms, offering their gratitude and support. The village healer tended to Frieren's injuries, and the trio was given a place to rest and recover. As they rested, they reflected on the sacrifices they had made and the challenges they had faced. They had defeated the Dark Mage and protected the world from darkness, but the journey had been fraught with hardship and loss. They knew that their adventures were not over and that there would be more challenges to face in the future. But for now, they found solace in the peace they had fought to achieve and the bonds they had forged along the way. As the days passed, they healed and prepared for the next chapter of their journey. They knew that their mission was not yet complete and that there would be more battles to fight and more mysteries to uncover. But they faced the future with hope and determination, ready to continue their quest and explore the echoes of eternity. Chapter 23, The Final Battle. The first light of dawn broke over the horizon, casting a warm glow across the village of Elmsford. The quiet beauty of the morning was a stark contrast to the turmoil that lay ahead. Naruto, Frieren, and Lysandra stood together at the edge of the village, their faces set with determination as they prepared for the final confrontation with the forces of darkness. The battle against the Dark Mage had been a pivotal moment in their journey, but they knew that the true challenge still lay ahead. The Dark Mage's death had not eradicated the looming threat but had only intensified the struggle. They had uncovered hints of a greater evil that sought to engulf the world in eternal darkness. "Today will be the day we confront this ultimate threat," Naruto said, his voice steady and resolute. "We have faced countless challenges together, and now we face the greatest one yet." Frieren nodded, her eyes reflecting the weight of their mission. "We've learned much from our previous battles, and we must use that knowledge to guide us. The forces we face now are more dangerous than anything we've encountered before." Lysandra studied the map of the region, her fingers tracing the routes they would take. "The Dark Mage's forces are concentrated in the heart of the northern lands. We will need to move quickly and decisively to reach their stronghold before they complete their plans." They set out towards the northern lands, their steps purposeful as they made their way through the rugged terrain. The landscape had changed since their last journey, with the Dark Mage's influence spreading like a shadow over the land. The once lush forests were now twisted and desolate, and the skies were choked with ominous clouds. As they traveled, they encountered various obstacles and enemies, remnants of the Dark Mage's forces that sought to hinder their progress. The battles were fierce and relentless, testing their skills and resolve. Each encounter brought them closer to the heart of the darkness that threatened the world. "We need to stay focused," Frieren said during a brief pause in their journey. "Our strength and our bond will be our greatest assets in this fight." Naruto clenched his fists, his resolve unshaken. "We've come too far to turn back now. We have to see this through to the end." With renewed determination, they pressed on, their path growing more treacherous as they approached the Dark Mage's stronghold. The fortress loomed in the distance, a dark silhouette against the stormy sky. The stronghold was a massive, foreboding structure, surrounded by dark energy and guarded by countless minions. The air was thick with the smell of decay and the oppressive weight of dark magic. As they neared the fortress, they could feel the malevolent presence of the evil forces within. "We must find a way to breach the stronghold," Lysandra said, her eyes scanning the perimeter for a possible entry point. "There's no way we can face the enemy without getting inside." They moved stealthily around the fortress, avoiding the patrols of dark minions and searching for an entrance. The fortress was a maze of dark corridors and hidden passages, and they had to use all of their skills and knowledge to navigate through it. Inside the stronghold, they encountered a series of traps and challenges designed to deter intruders. They faced trials of strength, wisdom, and courage, each one testing their abilities and resolve. The trials were designed to push them to their limits, but they overcame each obstacle through teamwork and perseverance. As they progressed deeper into the stronghold, they began to encounter the more formidable enemies that served the Dark Mage. The battles were intense, with powerful dark creatures and formidable magical defenses standing in their way. But they fought with determination, driven by their mission and the hope of a better future. Eventually, they reached the heart of the stronghold, a vast chamber filled with dark energy and the presence of the ultimate enemy. The chamber was a cavernous space, with dark tendrils of magic swirling through the air and an eerie silence that hung over the scene. At the center of the chamber stood the Dark Lord, a figure of immense power and malevolence. His presence was overwhelming, and his eyes glowed with a dark light that seemed to pierce through the very fabric of reality. "So you have come at last," the Dark Lord said, his voice echoing through the chamber. "You have fought bravely, but it will not be enough to save you." Naruto stepped forward, his eyes locked onto the Dark Lord. "We're here to end this. We won't let you destroy the world." The Dark Lord laughed, a chilling sound that reverberated through the chamber. "You are brave, but you are also foolish. Do you truly believe you can stand against me?" Frieren raised her staff, her eyes filled with determination. "We have the power of the Crystal of Eternity. We will not be intimidated by your threats." The Dark Lord's eyes narrowed, and he summoned his minions to the battlefield. The chamber was soon filled with dark creatures and powerful forces, each one a manifestation of the Dark Lord's will. The battle began, a fierce and desperate clash of light against darkness. Naruto, Frieren, and Lysandra fought with all their strength, their combined efforts pushing back the forces of evil. The Dark Lord himself was a formidable opponent, wielding dark magic and summoning destructive spells. The fight was intense, with the heroes facing overwhelming odds as they struggled to make their way towards the Dark Lord. The chamber was a battleground of chaos and destruction, with spells and weapons clashing in a storm of light and shadow. Despite the ferocity of the battle, the heroes pressed on, their determination unshaken. They fought with courage and resolve, knowing that the fate of the world depended on their success. As the battle raged on, the Dark Lord unleashed a series of devastating attacks, his dark magic wreaking havoc on the chamber. The heroes were pushed to their limits, their strength and stamina tested by the onslaught of the Dark Lord's power. In the midst of the chaos, Frieren was struck by a powerful spell, her body convulsing under the weight of the dark magic. Naruto and Lysandra fought to protect her, their hearts heavy with worry and fear. Frieren! Naruto shouted, desperately trying to fend off the Dark Lord's minions. Stay with us! Frieren struggled to her feet, her expression a mix of pain and determination. I'm fine. We must keep fighting. We cannot let him win. With renewed resolve, they redoubled their efforts, focusing their attacks on the Dark Lord. The battle reached its climax as Naruto and the Dark Lord faced off in a fierce duel. The Dark Lord unleashed a torrent of dark magic, his attacks relentless and overpowering. Naruto fought back with all his strength, channeling the power of the Crystal of Eternity to counter the Dark Lord's dark spells. The struggle between light and darkness was intense, with the fate of the world hanging in the balance. The chamber was filled with blinding flashes of light and the roar of dark energy as the two forces clashed. As the battle continued, Naruto realized that victory would require a great sacrifice. The power of the crystal was immense, but it came with a heavy cost. In a moment of clarity, Naruto made a decision. He called upon the full power of the Crystal of Eternity, channeling its energy into a final, desperate attack. The attack was a blinding flash of light that overwhelmed the Dark Lord's defenses. The Dark Lord was thrown back, his dark magic faltering in the face of the crystal's pure energy. With a final, powerful strike, Naruto defeated the Dark Lord, ending the threat of darkness that had loomed over the world. The Dark Lord's forces were vanquished, and the chamber began to collapse under the weight of the battle's aftermath. As the dust settled, Naruto, Frieren, and Lysandra stood amidst the wreckage of the stronghold. They had achieved victory, but the cost of their success was evident in their weary expressions and the wounds they bore. We did it, Lysandra said, her voice filled with exhaustion. The Dark Lord is defeated. Naruto looked at Frieren, his heart heavy with concern. But at what cost? We need to get you help, Frieren. Frieren managed a weak smile, her eyes filled with gratitude. Thank you for fighting by my side. We have accomplished our goal, but we must take care of each other. With the stronghold in ruins and their mission accomplished, they began their journey back to Elmsford. The path was treacherous, and they moved slowly, tending to their injuries and supporting each other as they made their way through the dark and dangerous terrain. As they approached the village, the first light of dawn broke through the clouds, casting a hopeful glow over the landscape. They reached the village just as the sun began to rise, their hearts filled with a mixture of relief and sadness. The villagers welcomed them back with open arms, offering their gratitude and support. The village healer tended to Frieren's injuries, and the trio was given a place to rest and recover. As they rested, they reflected on the sacrifices they had made and the challenges they had faced. They had defeated the Dark Lord and protected the world from darkness, but the journey had been fraught with hardship and loss. They knew that their adventures were not over and that there would be more challenges to face in the future. But for now, they found solace in the peace they had fought to achieve and the bonds they had forged along the way. As the days passed, they healed and prepared for the next chapter of their journey. They knew that their mission was not yet complete and that there would be more battles to fight and more mysteries to uncover. But they faced the future with hope and determination, ready to continue their quest and explore the echoes of eternity. Chapter 24, Beyond the Rift. The first light of dawn crept through the cracks in the old wooden shutters, casting a gentle glow on the room where Naruto, Frieren, and Lysandra had been resting. The peaceful morning was a welcome respite after the tumultuous battle that had changed their lives and the world forever. The village of Elmsford lay at the edge of a new beginning, a place of calm where they could take stock of their journey and consider what lay ahead. Naruto sat by the window, his gaze fixed on the distant horizon. The last few days had been filled with a deep silence that spoke of both loss and hope. The village had celebrated their victory, but Naruto's mind was elsewhere, contemplating the rift that had opened and what it might mean for their future. Is something on your mind? Frieren's voice broke through his thoughts as she entered the room, her presence as calm and steady as ever. Naruto turned to her, his eyes reflecting the weight of their recent experiences. I keep thinking about the rift. We've won the battle, but the rift remains. It's a doorway to another world, and I'm not sure what lies on the other side. Frieren nodded, her gaze following his. The rift is a source of great power and mystery. It could be a bridge to new adventures or a gateway to danger. We need to understand it if we are to move forward. Lysandra, who had been standing by the door, stepped inside. The rift is unstable, and we've detected fluctuations in its energy. It's not something we can ignore. If we don't address it, it could become a threat to the world. They gathered around the table, where maps and notes about the rift lay spread out. Frieren's staff was laid beside the map, a symbol of the knowledge and power they had harnessed throughout their journey. We should prepare for another journey, Frieren said, her tone resolute. We need to explore the rift and discover its true nature. If there are dangers waiting on the other side, we must be ready. Naruto nodded, his determination renewed. Then let's make our preparations. We need to gather supplies, study the rift's energy, and plan our approach. The next few days were a flurry of activity as they made their final preparations. They gathered supplies, consulted with the village's scholars, and studied the rift's magical properties. Each step was filled with a sense of urgency and anticipation as they prepared to face the unknown. As they worked, they took time to reflect on their journey. The battles they had fought, the friends they had made, and the lessons they had learned were all part of the tapestry of their shared adventure. It was a time for both looking back and looking forward. I can't believe how much has happened, Lysandra said as she packed her gear. It feels like a lifetime ago that we first set out on this journey. Frieren smiled softly. Our experiences have shaped us into who we are now. We have grown stronger and wiser because of what we've faced together. Naruto looked at his companions, his heart full of gratitude. I'm glad we've had each other throughout this journey. Whatever happens next, we will face it together. With their preparations complete, they stood at the edge of the village, ready to face the rift once more. The rift itself was a swirling vortex of light and shadow, a tangible reminder of the unknown that lay beyond. They approached the rift with a mixture of apprehension and excitement. The energy it emitted was palpable, a throbbing force that seemed to beckon them forward. Naruto took a deep breath, steeling himself for what lay ahead. We're ready, he said, his voice steady. Let's find out what's on the other side. As they stepped through the rift, they were engulfed in a blinding light. The sensation was overwhelming, a disorienting mix of motion and stillness. When the light faded, they found themselves in a new world, a land that was both familiar and alien. The new world was a landscape of contrasts. The skies were a tumultuous mix of colors, shifting from stormy grays to vibrant oranges and blues. The land was a patchwork of lush forests, desolate wastelands, and ancient ruins. It was a world in transition, a place where the forces of light and darkness seemed to be in constant conflict. They emerged from the rift into a forest clearing. The dense trees and underbrush a stark contrast to the open spaces of Elmsford. The air was thick with the scent of pine and the distant hum of magical energy. This place is different, Lysandra said, her eyes scanning the surroundings. It's like nothing we've seen before. Frieren nodded, her staff glowing faintly as she sensed the magical currents in the air. We need to be cautious. This world is filled with unknown dangers, and we must stay vigilant. They set out from the clearing, their path winding through the forest as they made their way toward the heart of the new world. The forest was alive with sounds and sights, from the rustle of leaves to the distant calls of strange creatures. It was a land of wonder and peril, a place where the rules of their previous world did not always apply. As they traveled, they encountered a series of challenges and mysteries. They found ancient ruins that spoke of long-forgotten civilizations, magical artifacts that hinted at the world's history, and creatures that were both beautiful and terrifying. At one point, they stumbled upon an ancient shrine, its crumbling stone walls covered in vines and moss. The shrine was filled with inscriptions and symbols, a testament to the magic that had once been a part of this world. "This shrine is old," Frieren said as she examined the inscriptions. "It might hold clues to the nature of this world and the rift." Naruto studied the symbols, his mind working to decipher their meaning. "If we can understand these inscriptions, we might find a way to navigate this world and uncover its secrets." As they worked to decipher the inscriptions, they were approached by a group of enigmatic figures cloaked in dark robes. The figures moved with a graceful, almost ethereal quality, their presence both intriguing and unsettling. "Welcome to our world," one of the figures said, their voice smooth and melodic. "We have been expecting you." Naruto stepped forward, his eyes wary. "Who are you? What do you know about the rift?" The figure smiled faintly, their eyes gleaming with an otherworldly light. "We are the keepers of the rift, guardians of the balance between worlds. The rift is a link between your world and ours, a conduit through which forces of light and darkness flow." Frieren studied the keepers, her expression thoughtful. "What is the purpose of the rift? Why was it opened?" The keepers' eyes glowed softly as they spoke. "The rift was opened by the Dark Lord to bring darkness into your world. But it is also a bridge to other realms, each with its own mysteries and dangers. We are here to guide those who seek to understand the rift's true nature." The keepers offered to lead them to a place of knowledge where they could learn more about the rift and the world they had entered. They followed the enigmatic figures through the forest, their path leading to a grand citadel nestled in the heart of the land. The citadel was an awe-inspiring structure, its towering spires reaching towards the tumultuous skies. It was a place of ancient magic and forgotten lore, a center of learning and power. Inside the citadel, they were greeted by a council of wise beings who had dedicated their lives to studying the rift and the balance between worlds. The council was made up of scholars, mages, and sages, each one a master of their craft. "Welcome, travelers," the head of the council said, their voice resonant and commanding. "We have awaited your arrival, for the time has come to reveal the true nature of the rift and the role you will play in the unfolding events." The council led them to a vast chamber filled with ancient texts, magical artifacts, and glowing crystals. The chamber was a repository of knowledge, a place where the secrets of the rift and the world's history were preserved. "We have much to discuss," the head of the council said. "The rift is a living force, a dynamic entity that connects and influences both your world and ours. It is a source of great power, but also a potential source of great danger." They spent hours in the chamber, learning about the rift's history and the forces that sought to control it. They discovered that the rift was a living entity. A powerful force that could be used for both creation and destruction. "We must find a way to stabilize the rift," Frieren said as they studied the ancient texts. "If we do not, the balance between our worlds will be at risk." The council agreed, and they began to formulate a plan to stabilize the rift and prevent further threats. The plan involved a series of rituals and magical techniques designed to seal the rift and ensure that it remained a conduit for balance rather than a gateway for darkness. As they worked on the plan, Naruto and his companions reflected on their journey and the challenges they had faced. They had fought battles, forged bonds, and learned important lessons. Now, they faced a new challenge, one that would require all their strength and wisdom. The rituals began, a complex and intricate process that required precise timing and coordination. They performed the rituals with great care, their actions guided by the knowledge they had gained from the council and their own experiences. The rift's energy surged and shifted as they worked, the forces of light and darkness clashing in a dramatic display of power. It was a moment of great tension and uncertainty, a time when the fate of both worlds hung in the balance. As the final incantations were spoken and the last of the rituals completed, the rift began to stabilize. The swirling vortex of light and shadow gradually settled into a more stable and controlled form, a symbol of the balance that had been achieved. "We have done it," Frieren said, her voice filled with relief and determination. The rift is now a bridge of balance, a connection between our worlds that will remain open, but under control. Naruto looked at the stabilized rift, his heart full of hope and resolve. We've come a long way, and there's still much to do. But we've proven that we can face any challenge together. The council thanked them for their efforts, and the keepers guided them back to the edge of the rift. They stood at the threshold of their world and the new world they had explored, their hearts filled with a sense of accomplishment and anticipation. It's time to return, the head of the council said. Your world awaits you, and there are still many adventures to be had. Naruto, Frieren, and Lysandra stepped through the rift, leaving the new world behind as they returned to their own. The journey had been long and arduous, but it had brought them closer together and strengthened their resolve. As they emerged into their world, they looked back at the rift, knowing that it was a symbol of both the challenges they had faced and the possibilities that lay ahead. We've done it, Naruto said, a smile on his face. We've completed this part of our journey. Frieren nodded, her eyes reflecting the light of the rift. But there are always new adventures to be had, new challenges to face. Our journey is far from over. With the rift stabilized and their mission complete, they stood together at the edge of a new beginning. The world was full of possibilities, and they were ready to embrace whatever came next. The echoes of eternity were a reminder of their journey and the bonds they had forged. They had faced great dangers, discovered new worlds, and grown as individuals and as a team. Now, they looked to the future with hope and determination, ready to face whatever challenges lay ahead. They knew that their adventures were far from over and that there were still many stories to be told. As they walked away from the rift, they were filled with a sense of excitement and anticipation for the future. Their journey had been a testament to their strength and resilience, and they were ready to continue exploring the echoes of eternity. Chapter 25, Echoes of Eternity, Epilogue. The moon hung low in the sky, casting a gentle silver light over the world of Elmsford. The night was calm, a tranquil reflection of the peace that had been restored after the recent trials. The rift was now a dormant relic of past conflicts, and the echoes of its power seemed to linger in the cool night air. As Naruto, Frieren, and Lysandra walked through the quiet streets of the village, they were accompanied by a sense of both closure and anticipation for what lay ahead. The village was adorned with lanterns and flowers, celebrating not only their recent victory but also the hope of a brighter future. The people of Elmsford had gathered for a festival of sorts, a joyous occasion that marked the beginning of a new era. The soft sounds of laughter and music drifted through the streets, a melody of celebration and unity. Naruto looked around at the festivities, a smile on his face as he took in the sights and sounds. It's amazing how much has changed since we first arrived here, he said, his voice filled with wonder. This village has come so far. Frieren walked beside him, her eyes reflecting the light of the lanterns. It's a testament to the strength and resilience of the people here. They've faced their own challenges and have emerged stronger. Lysandra was walking ahead of them, her eyes sparkling as she took in the sights of the festival. It's a beautiful night. I'm glad we could be here to share this moment with them. They continued through the village, their path taking them to the heart of the celebration. The central square was alive with activity, a vibrant scene of people dancing, eating, and enjoying each other's company. Stalls lined the streets, offering a variety of foods and crafts, and the air was filled with the aroma of delicious treats. As they approached the square, they were greeted by the villagers, who welcomed them with smiles and gratitude. The villagers had prepared a special feast in their honor, a gesture of thanks for the heroes who had saved their world. "Welcome back," the village elder called out, his face beaming with joy. "We've been waiting for you to return." Naruto and his companions joined the villagers at the long tables set up for the feast. The food was a delicious array of dishes, from savory meats to sweet pastries, all prepared with care and love. The villagers gathered around, sharing stories of their own experiences and celebrating the peace they had achieved. As they ate, Naruto and Frieren reflected on their journey. They spoke of the battles they had fought, the friends they had made, and the lessons they had learned along the way. It was a time for both reminiscing and looking forward. "It feels like a lifetime ago that we first met," Naruto said, his eyes meeting Frieren's. "So much has happened since then." Frieren nodded, her gaze thoughtful. "Our journey has been long and filled with challenges. But we have grown because of it. We've faced darkness together and have emerged stronger." The conversation was filled with a sense of camaraderie and appreciation. They talked about their future plans, their hopes for the world, and their dreams for the days to come. "I've been thinking about what comes next," Lysandra said, her voice earnest. "We've done so much, but there's still more to discover." "What do you both want to do now?" Naruto's eyes shone with determination. "I want to continue exploring. There are still so many worlds and adventures out there. I want to see what else is out there, to keep learning and growing." Frieren smiled, her eyes reflecting the moonlight. "There is always more to discover. Our journey may have reached a milestone, but it is far from over. There are new paths to explore and new challenges to face." As the feast continued, the villagers shared their own hopes and dreams for the future. They spoke of rebuilding and growth, of a world where peace and harmony could thrive. It was a vision of a future where the lessons of the past were used to create a better world. The night wore on, and the festivities began to wind down. The villagers gathered around a large bonfire in the center of the square, where they shared stories and sang songs under the stars. Naruto, Frieren, and Lysandra joined the villagers around the fire, their hearts warmed by the sense of community and hope that filled the air. They listened to the songs and stories, their minds filled with thoughts of the future and the adventures that lay ahead. As the fire crackled and the stars shone brightly above, Naruto felt a deep sense of fulfillment. They had faced great challenges and had emerged victorious, but the journey was far from over. There were still many stories to be told and many adventures to be had. "I'm grateful for this moment," Naruto said, his voice filled with emotion. "It's been an incredible journey, and I'm glad we could be here to share it with everyone." Frieren placed a hand on his shoulder, her eyes filled with warmth. "We have much to be thankful for. We've faced darkness and have come out stronger on the other side. Our journey continues, and we will face it together." Lysandra nodded, her eyes reflecting the light of the fire. "This is just the beginning of a new chapter. We have so much to look forward to." As the night grew late, the villagers began to disperse, their hearts light and their spirits high. Naruto, Frieren, and Lysandra took a moment to reflect on their journey and the future that lay ahead. "The rift has been sealed, and the world is safe once more," Frieren said, her voice gentle. "But our own path is still unfolding." Naruto looked out at the night sky, the stars twinkling above. "There's so much more out there. I'm excited to see where our journey takes us next." Lysandra stood beside them, her gaze fixed on the horizon. "The future is full of possibilities. We have the strength to face whatever comes our way." With the festival winding down and the night drawing to a close, they prepared to say their goodbyes to the villagers. It was a farewell filled with both sadness and hope, a recognition of the bonds they had formed and the adventures that awaited them. As they walked through the village one last time, the memories of their journey filled their minds. They had faced darkness and had found light, and they had done it together. It was a journey of growth and discovery, of friendship and hope. At the edge of the village, they paused to take one final look at the world they had come to love. The moonlight bathed the land in a serene glow, a fitting end to their current adventure. "We've come a long way," Naruto said, his voice filled with both pride and anticipation. "But there's still so much more to explore." Frieren smiled, her eyes reflecting the light of the moon. "Yes, there are many more adventures waiting for us. Our journey continues." Lysandra nodded, her heart filled with excitement. Let's embrace the future with hope and determination. They stood together at the edge of the village, ready to face the next chapter of their journey. The world was full of possibilities, and they were eager to explore them. As they stepped away from the village and into the night, they carried with them the echoes of their past adventures and the promise of new ones. The future was a blank canvas, and they were ready to paint it with their own stories. Their journey had been a testament to their strength and resilience, and they were ready to continue exploring the echoes of eternity. They walked into the night, their hearts full of hope and excitement for the adventures that awaited them. The world was vast and full of mysteries, and they were ready to uncover them all. The echoes of eternity resonated in their hearts, a reminder of their journey and a promise of the adventures to come.